Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 Creator Team Career here on the PC with Cadillac, and it's the start of Season 3. Round 1, of course. So, where are we headed tonight? Well, not entirely sure. It should be Australia, but I think if we hit continue, it'll actually go to a different save file. So, let's see if loading actually fixes that. No, it does not. Alright, bear with me 1 second. We may need to temporarily close things down and reopen, because I fixed the calendar because the game went back to a full 24 season or 24 race calendar, which I didn't want. So I had to go in and fix the calendar a little bit, and now it seems to have forgotten those changes. Alright, there's my save file. Why isn't it recognizing that? That's very, very weird. Yeah, that was me testing some mods. We can get rid of that. Alright, okay, well, there is a way around this. And that is for me to switch to the other display. There we go. We're going to need to open up the editor and grab the save file, and we'll have to fix the calendar right now. So let's take this save. This is the wrong save. Wait, where did save 5 go? Oh no, wait, hang on. Is that loading the wrong save file? Now that's this one, and that's the one we've tried that doesn't work. So let's minimize this down. Let's drag that into there. Let's go to the calendar. So yeah, this has messed up my calendar for some reason. This is frustrating, very frustrating. Let's see. I had Australia as the opener. I had Jeddah. It's round 2. We had sprints in both of the first 2 races. Bahrain was not in the calendar. We finished, as always, at Brazil. Was not in that. So Vegas. Okay. Abu Dhabi was not in there. Let's get rid of Abu Dhabi. So Japan. That's China. Miami was not in the calendar. I clicked out the wrong one. Never mind. We can fix that. Yeah, not the smoothest start to the season, is it? Dear oh dear. Let's see. You know what, the easiest thing to do is just going to be to take all of them out and put them in the order that I want them. Okay. So, Australia, Saudi Arabia, Japan, China, Singapore, Baku, and then from Baku to Spain. No, not Imola. Monaco. It's annoying that it didn't save any of this. So that we want to go to Austria. Austria, we want to go to Silverstone. After Silverstone, we want to go to Belgium. And then, I can't remember if I put the Netherlands in or not. Let's put Hungary in. Italy. Imola. Canada. Missing a race. All right, so what race am I missing? Is it Hungary? No, we got Hungary in there. Don't want to bring back the Netherlands just yet because we just took it out. That was one I was going to bring back next season. I guess I certainly don't want another American race. We've already got Canada, 2 races in the States, and Mexico and Brazil. So a lot in that side of the world. The hell? Let's throw Abu Dhabi in. Let's make it race number 3. There we go. So, where do we want sprints? We certainly want to sprint at Vegas. That worked quite well last time. I had sprints for there, sprint from Monza, sprint from Mexico. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Right, calendar is saved. So far is done. And there we go. We're fixed. Whew. Okay. bit of a very clunky start to season 3, but hey, we've managed to time it to the music. How impressive is that? Right, let's go back to full screen, shall we? Let's turn off the 4K display. There we go. Right. Welcome to season 3. We are kind of here at last. So this follows on from the extended edition of the final race, which was a long addition to the end of the normal stream kind of length, where we went through and prepped everything. I have made a few little changes since then, just based on testing over the weekend, just to make sure that things looked right, felt right, played right. But yeah, not too much has changed. I haven't messed around with anything in the editor beyond the changes that you saw me make, apart from messing around with the calendar. That, for some reason, didn't take. I might need to go in and tweak a couple of the rookies. Not our rookies, just rookies in general, after this, because I did do a little bit of that at the same time as I did the calendar, and I don't know if those changes have saved. Guessing not. So we'll have to go and double check that. But here we are. First day of 2028, and we are ready to go. So we've got Christopher. I've got Victor. Doesn't feel right calling you Christopher. We'll call you Victor, because that's how we've known you for so long. Victor, Johnny's here. PR is here. Daniel's here as well. Hello to anyone else who's lurking in the chat. Let's get ourselves underway, shall we? Let's dive into the inbox first of all. So this is the car that has changed from last season. We have made gains, probably not particularly big gains, but we have made gains across the board, apart from tyre wear. Actually has gone down by nearly 4%. So that's not so good. Not quite sure why that's gone down. But everything else has gone up. We've had a nice little bump in DRS, as you can see, about 7%-ish. Cooling on, dirty air tolerance has gone up by about 10%. That's good. Acceleration's gone up a little bit. Speed's gone up, not enough, really, but it has gone up a little bit. I can never remember what this figure here is supposed to be, because it's very weirdly laid out. Downforce levels have all improved, but not by amazing levels. Decent levels, but nothing stellar. We're going to have to do some serious upgrading on our car. And we cranked another 4.5% or so out of the engine cooling as well. So car part development is now open, so we can start to design and build new stuff. Our pit crew has regressed a little bit, but hopefully nothing too bad. Got a new ATR period. We're going to get 6 MAU hours and 88 wind tunnel hours for each 2-month period. That's not too bad. And there you can see the allocations there. So that's our total amount there. 53 MAU hours and 704 wind tunnel hours. Based on how the teams finished last season. Of course, we've got a new team here. Nissan have replaced Alpine. They could have actually bought into a very strong team. Alpine were certainly on the rise performance-wise last season. Maserati as well. They had a terrible driver lineup, but they did have a very strong car. So maybe if they've got a better lineup this year, things will improve for them. We will find out in a moment. Let's go through everything first of all. So facility-wise, we are refurbing. We're only 3 days away from that being done. So we're not going to start any projects until that refurb is done, because we want that full 2% instead of just 1.6. Plus, we don't have any money right now. We're about to get some from sponsors, but we'll wait the 3 days. We do need to refurb the factory. So already that's about 3 million gone. Wind tunnel is getting a little low. We'll refurb it, but we probably won't upgrade it. Everything else is okay for now. How much would that cost? 7.5 mil. That's tempting. That's tempting to upgrade because it does give an extra 2% on the tyre wear, as well as the extra 1% on drag and airflow. Gives us some extra downforce as well. Team Hub needs a refurb. We are refurbing the race sim. That's 1 day out. So we need to spend some money there. Not going to bother upgrading the scouting department. We only need 2 scouts. We are going to need to, at some point, refurb the helipad and the weather center, but they can both wait. They are not that important at this stage. How long would it take? It doesn't say because I don't have the money. Oh no, wait, yeah, 7 days. So that's a really quick refurb, and that is 6 days. That's just as quick, if not quicker. We're 2 weeks away from the hospitality area refurb finishing, so that's all good. Objectives for this season, what is my board objective, is 7th or above. So same as last year, although that may change as we get towards the beginning of the season itself. We have seen that change from time to time. Got a new long-term objective, which again is points in 12. It says half of the races, but of course we're running a reduced number of races. We're running 20 with 10 sprints, and so we've got 8 spare races to play about with effectively if we want to try and achieve that. We've got plenty of time though. 2032 is when that is required to be done by, so big bit of time there. That's our recent performances from last season. We had that little run of bad results, and then we, not barring, if you take out Imola, we had a pretty good run towards the end of the season. So hopefully we can carry that through. They're delighted with objectives because we did achieve both of our objectives last season. Finances, we'll see if we can be a bit better on finances this year. We have reduced our wage bill a little bit with the removal. Well, I say the removal with Valtteri, leaving the team, Hadjar coming in. We've gone from paying Valtteri $12.5 million a year to paying Hadjar $5.8 million a year. So that's a nice little saving of just under $7 million across the season. That will hopefully help reduce how much debt we carry across into the start of each month before payments go out for prize money and stuff, because we were losing $1 million a month last year after getting our payment from the board, getting our prize money payment, and then paying out wages. We were losing just over $1 million a month. So hopefully we can get down to 0, but I get the feeling we're still going to be losing something, but it should be less. And hopefully with a good sponsor package, we can actually make more money throughout the season after races and things like that. We'll see how things go with that. So there is your new look lineup for this season. We have Mercedes, McLaren, Red Bull, Ferrari, Big Four, no changes to them. Then we have Nissan coming in for Alpine. We have an updated livery for Aston, which is very bright. Cadillac still here. BMW have bought a stake in Williams, so they are still Williams, but they are in partnership with BMW. Audi are still Audi. Haas and Toyota have continued their merger. They're now TGR Haas. And Maserati have completed a full takeover of Racing Bulls. So, next thing for us to do is to do our sponsor stuff. Let's have a look. And we've got 4-star sponsors. Okay, so some decent amounts of cash. It's going to be one of these two, I think. Whether I go with Walmart, which gives a balanced kind of payout, a bit up front, a bit of engagement, and quite a bit on race day, or this one, which gives, well, actually that gives nothing up front, does it? A lot of engagement and nothing race funds wise. Let's take this one and have a look and see what we get as our optionals. In fact, actually, how much are they offering between the two? Well, that one actually offers an extra $500,000. as well, which is quite nice. Right, let's have a look. So we have 2 that are very much focused on racing. 1, 2, 3, 4 that are focused on engagements, 2 that are focused on upfront payments, and 1 that's balanced. So I've got a nice level 4 here, which should be worth a big old chunk of change. If we scroll over and have a look, it's certainly the one that's paying out the most. It's also going to give us 3 holiday package HQ tours, which actually improve our facility effectiveness as well. So, yeah, welcome aboard, Qualcomm. We will take that one. Evening, Dino. We need extra funds on race day, so let's take this one. Probably need more than that on race day as well, so let's take Banort as well. How much have we got up front at the moment? We've got a decent amount. That's a winter lab, but that'll be worth quite a bit of money. Staff development rate could be a game changer. Hot lap experiences, we found those to pay out quite nicely last month or last season, so let's take that, and let's take that. So we're looking at 18.5 mil up front. Once we've paid out for some of the refurbs that we've got to do, we're probably talking about 12 mil to start the season. We'll get 39.4 mil engagements with extras on top for some of those compulsory activities. 47 mil on race days. Hopefully that's more than $1 million per driver. We shall see. But that's what we're going to do. Our total funding just a fraction under 105 mil, which is quite a nice amount. And then main preference, driver activities, which is excellent because that means we've got the perfect driver for that in Daniel Ricciardo. This is the new look car. So let me actually go into car here, give you a bit more of a closer look at it. And now it won't let me rotate it. Okay, that's a bit weird. There we go. Now it's rotating. So yeah, there is a fully updated list of mods in the video description, or at least there should be. Let me double check that it is actually there. Yes, Season 3 mods. So this is the Little Onion Cadillac pack. We've been using the Mr. Only pack for the first couple of seasons. Now we're switching over to Little Onion's Cadillac pack. Going forward, I think it gives us a few more options. This is the one that you will have seen in all of the sort of theoretical renders of what the car's going to look like in the online videos by people like The Race and so on and so forth. It is very nice. We'll see if we get close to that when the livery is revealed next year in February. But we have other color options as well. So if we scroll down into the presets, I think they're all in here. Let's have a look. So we have a yellow version. If we wanted to go back to yellow, we have it's a slightly different shade of yellow, but we have a yellow version available. We have a straight blue version without the white nose cone. We also have a red version. A pink version. The one that we're going to be using this season. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. So there we go. That's the one we're going to be using. You will also notice new tyres. So we had a little poll and we went with Hankook, and then I tested those over the weekend, and I did not like the way they looked at all. Specifically in car, they looked awful. Sat in car, just they didn't look good. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I loved the look of the tyre when it's stationary. I just didn't like how it looked when it was in motion. So I tested a few different other ones, and in the end I thought, you know what? Let's go with Firestone. It's the American branch of Bridgestone. It makes sense for Liberty Media, an American company who own and operate Formula One, who've tried to over-Americanize Formula One as much as possible to bring in an American tyre supplier to go with an American team. Why not? So we've got Firestone this season. We may change those next year. I don't know. But for now, we're going to use Firestone. I actually do quite like the way those look. So that's that. Discard changes. Don't need to make any accidental changes in there. These are the new race suits. And our new driver in Isaac, who has a face. A fully 3D realised face. And I did find his helmet. So we have his Myteam helmet as well. I thought I'd got one tucked away in a folder somewhere. Turns out I'd forgotten to download it, or I deleted it by mistake. So re-downloaded that off overtake.gg. And I've changed Hamilton's helmet to his yellow and purple 2023 helmet. But without the Mercedes branding on it. So again, most of the helmets that you'll see are from Little Onion. This one is a Little Onion helmet, but it's a free one off Overtake. Most of them that are different are from his Patreon. Again, full list of all the mods that I'm using and where they've come from in the video description down below. So feel free to check that out at your leisure. So that's our driver lineup. We need to quickly show you the affiliate pool as well. So we've got Jack Doohan joining us this season. We've kept Jack Crawford and Logan Sargent for renewed deals. We still have a couple of years left on Fittipaldi and Ricciardo's deals. And so we've added a new young-ish driver into our pool as well. I need to decide what we're going to do with Jack. Are we going to train him as a driver? Or are we going to get him on car development? He's on 3 million a year, which is quite a lot. His stats are pretty decent. But I don't want to hurt his development, so I think we'll leave him on driver development. Is there an area that we can focus him on specifically? Adaptability and accuracy. Overtaking, defending, smoothness. There we go. Smoothness, adaptability and accuracy. Perfect. We'll go with this one. It's not a bad idea to get a little boost in control as well. So that's Jack's training sorted. Everyone else should be as they were. We'll just quickly double check because they are technically starting new contracts, so it might reset them. It has. We're going to leave Mr. Crawford on balanced. The red, white, and blue was not one of our liveries. It was Jarno Opmeer's livery. Yeah, we won't be running that. Logan, I'm going to switch Logan to car development. 27 years old. He's just not. He's not good enough. Look, to get into the car. At 27 years old, and half of his stats, well, more than half his stats are still in the 70s. Yeah, he's now a development driver for us. So that's Logan and Pietro are our 2 car development drivers. We'll have 2 this season as opposed to just 1. Ricardo's still going to be our commercial work driver, and then we've got 2 drivers that we are actually developing as active drivers. We need to train Hajar as well because he's come in, and let's see where we need to focus his efforts. Possibly long run pace. Maybe wet track. Let's go with smoothness, adaptability, and reactions. Smoothness, adaptability, and accuracy. Let's go with this one for now. We might switch him halfway through the year to long run pace, but we'll leave him on that for now. What is his development rate? Average. Okay, I was hoping that would be a little higher than that, but you know, he is 23 years old, so I was hoping he would still be in a slightly higher rate than that. It is what it is, though. No need to change these guys. They're still in their same contracts. In fact, they've only got 12 months left on their deals. So we'll have to seriously think about that. We want to keep Mark Slade. Mark Slade's actually turned out to be an amazing engineer for us. His composure is awesome, 96. His feedback is maxed at 100. His communication could be a little bit quicker, but we're working on it. Let's see. Do I want to keep Javi? Hamilton has 2 years left on his deal, so it makes sense to extend his contract by at least 1 more year. Let's see if we can... oh, he's not going to sign for less than that, is he? He's probably not going to sign for that much either. Yeah, we'll come back to him later. No changes to our staffing here, so we'll leave them as they were. Facilities, let's get these refurbs in. So 2.8 mil to refurb our factory. Why won't it let me refurb that? It's busy. I've got to go a day, maybe, from getting that money. All right, we'll come back to that. Let's get our pit crew training in, shall we? So, as we always like to do at the start of a new season, we want to really focus on bringing down times. So we want to really go hard on gym training as much as we can while still keeping a very consistent rate of work with our pit crew. We don't want to just like do nothing but this for like 3 weeks and then have 2 weeks off. We still want to keep them consistently improving across the whole month if we can. So making sure we get enough rest days in at the right points is going to be very important. So it's down at 8%. I think we can get away with another full week of gym training. Missed an afternoon there. %23 fatigue. Now we're at 14% on the start of the month. Let's see if we can get away with 1 more week of intense gym training before we start changing things up a little bit. This might be pushing it a bit too far, but we'll see. Yeah, it's a bit high. All right, so we'll just do 5 days on that week. Now we're going to mix things up a little bit. So we're going to go with a day of car building or 2. And now we'll get some split training in. Okay, so we're at 26 there. We're at 17% there. Let's get another morning of car building in. 22%. So we're under that 25% threshold. As long as we're in this sort of blue-green colour here, turquoisey colour. As long as we're at that shade. And of 25 or lower, we're fine. If we go 25 and it goes white, that's too much. It means we moved into fatigued area here, and we want to be in this first block here. If we're in this first block, it will reset our fatigue to 0 for the start of the next month. So that's why we're going to just leave it like that. There we go. Not a bad first month. A lot of speed training to try and get that down. We'll take 0.08 of a second off the estimated time. We'll be pretty much sitting at a solid 10% chance of a mistake. We'll gain a little bit more on car building, and then we can start to introduce more stat training into the second month. What else do we need to do? I think that's it. Alright, race sim refurb is done. So let's go to facilities. Let's get the team hub refurbed, or could go for let's go for a straight upgrade. It's not that expensive, and it hasn't been upgraded since we started. There we go, another upgrade there. So that's 5 million spent already. Yeah, we don't need those just yet. Boardroom will need a little bit of spit and polish soon. And we're not too far away from needing to spend a bit of money there as well. But we've got 13 mil. We're going to wait 2 more days for our design centre refurb to finish, and then we can start designing some parts for next season. So these are the driver lineups for next season, and look who's back at McLaren. It's Bortoletto. He has gone home. The prodigal son returns, so to speak. Antonelli has returned to Mercedes as well. Another prodigal son returning. So Norris and Russell have effectively completed that switcheroo transition. Obviously, they shared a car last year. And this year, Russell has gone the opposite direction and taken Lando's old seat. So he will be spearheading McLaren's chance to try and take the Constructors' title away from Mercedes and see if he can retain his driver's title. Lando Norris is currently a one-time champion, both in game and in reality. Congratulations to Lando. Antonelli has run a couple of races, but nothing too major in his career just yet. Moving down, Red Bull have Max, Ferrari has Charles, and number 2 seats, Oscar Piastri. Lines up alongside Max. Carlos Sainz retained at Ferrari to, again, partner Charles Leclerc. This is a very tasty driver lineup. That is a very scary driver lineup. Verstappen and Piastri together. Yeah, if they can get their car working properly this season, it could be an absolute dominant season for Red Bull. Moving down, Nissan and Aston. So Nissan retained their driver lineups, even though the team has changed. It's still the same Alpine lineup of Pierre Gasly and Mick Schumacher. Aston have retained Yuki Tsunoda and Esteban Ocon. No changes there. Moving down, we have obviously brought in Isaac to replace Valtteri. Williams has stayed the same. Lawson and Albon. Obviously, they're now in partnership with BMW. Audi have Arvid Lindblad and Lance Stroll. We just can't get him off the grid, can we? And Checo's back. He is partnering up with Ollie Behrman at TGR Haas. And then last but not least is Maserati. It's Iwasa who has retained his seat. And Franco Colapinto is back on the grid, driving for Maserati. These are the F3 driver lineups. We're just going to scooch through these very quickly. I'm just looking to see if my driver's in here. I think Jack might have moved up to F2. Yep. There he is. So partnered up with Kasper Stuka at ART. Interesting. Okay. That's it for the emails. Our design center is now refurbed, which means we can start to design some parts, and we will do that in just a moment. Quick ad break there. I figured I may as well try and make a little bit of cash while I blew my nose. Right. We're in the wrong place. We need to be here. How bad is our car? Oh, we're 1.5 kilometers off the average. Well, that's actually a slight improvement. I think we were 2 kilometers off the average last season at the start of the year. So, yeah, we definitely need to find some drag reduction. Acceleration, 0.02 G away. It's not horrible, but it's not great. Only down about 3% or so on the DRS. That's not too bad. Downforce levels aren't too bad compared to the average. Dirty air tolerance down about 5% or so. Tyre wear, which inexplicably went back 5%, or 4 or 5%. That is what, 8%, 7%, 6.5%. Yeah, about 6.5% off the average. Engine cooling, yeah, about 9% off the average. So we've got some work to do. Let's take a look at the individual breakdown of the car. See just how bad the individual areas are. So chassis is the worst on the grid by a long way. Everything's worst. Front wing. Everything's terrible. Rear wing. Everything's terrible if you don't count the speedy bits at the top. So that's not too bad. Side pods. I'm seeing a pattern here. Underfloor. Ooh, wow, look at that. In terms of producing downforce, underfloor is actually probably the best on the grid. It's just let down terribly by drag reduction, airflow, and lifespan means nothing. But in terms of airflow and drag reduction, they're bad. But downforce, that's really good. So that is lower on the list of priorities. It still needs work, but other stuff needs work first. And then not quite the worst in the low speed on the suspension, but everything else is pretty terrible. So yeah, we've definitely got our work cut out for us. Let's start with let's start with the stuff that can really make an immediate impact on the car. So a chassis, a side pod, we're going to split the hours in half. We want to reduce drag. And we want to take all the weight off. So that gives us a nice little bit of extra speed straight off the bat, a little bit of extra acceleration, a little tweak to the DRS. We could maybe reduce that. That's less of an issue. I'd rather get more speed and downforce out of that. It means I can drop that down a touch more as well. That's a bit too much. All right, let's go with that. So that gives us 0.27 kilometers. A little bit, a very little bit on DRS. Decent little bit on our downforce. A tiny, tiny, tiny bit on engine cooling. But we'll get that done. Let's make sure that that is an intense build. Let's do the same for side pods. Remainder of the hours. Take all of the weight off. And this we really need to focus on engine cooling a bit. There we go. So that will give us about 5% on our engine cooling. We'll get a little bit more drag reduction there to boost speed and acceleration slightly. And again, we want to go with intense for another 3 mil. We also want to get a wing project started. Front wing. Front wing could do with ours. Let's go with the rear wing. This is going to be an expensive one. 5.8 mil. Let's go with that. No, 5.4 mil, not 5.8. There we go. Evening, Becky. Intense, more days than rushed. Yeah, because intense is it's about how much brain power you're putting in rather than how quickly you're trying to do it. So you gain more expertise for subsequent rear wings if you go intense than you would do on a normal build or a rushed build. And that leaves me with very little cash. So that's it for now. I realise I probably should have actually kept a little bit more cash. I think we just fall into the same trap we did last year of not having any money to actually build these parts. We'll see. We'll see how much money we lose at the end of the month. Hopefully not that much. Let's check in with our staff. Okay, why is he neutral? He should be chuffed to be working with me, driving alongside Lewis. That's the car performance, yeah, it's the big thing. He's got no current opinions on that. It's got no reference in terms of team performance because he hasn't been here for the good bits of last season, and he's not thrilled with his personal situation, but he's not unhappy. So he's just, yeah. All right, we're halfway through January. End of the month. Jack is going to point in adaptability. No change for our others. What about our main drivers? No change. Very rarely ever see change in January, so I'm not at all surprised to see nothing here for Isaac. Did not expect to see anything here for Lewis, given his development rate is so low now. But yeah, a little surprised that we did actually see some improvement on one of our rookies. All right. Hey, look at that. We've actually made a little bit of money. Fantastic. Well, I'm not going to be losing $1 million every month. Oh, that makes me so happy. That's awesome. Right. That's a combination of reducing our wage bill and getting more prize money as well. For finishing higher in the standings. All right, let's get our pit crew training done. So once again, we need to strip this out, go to cumulative, and because we made sure our fatigue was below 25% at the end of the month, we start the month. Oh, actually got a little bit of fatigue there, 5%. Let's see though if it reacts. No, it doesn't, which is good. It's almost like getting a nice full reset. There you go. And it's not until day 4 that we actually start to carry over some fatigue from the previous days. Which means we should be able to get away with 2 weeks of gym training and then go into some more traditional training. Anyone out there who's not using the cumulative tab, you need to use this tab. Because it really does change how you plan out your fatigue. The more tired you are, the bigger the mistakes are that you make. and also the longer it can take to recover that fatigue level as well. So making sure that your fatigue doesn't get too high, absolutely crucial. Apologies if you hear me sniffing every now and again. I still haven't completely shaken whatever it is I've been suffering with for the last couple of weeks. Almost a month now, but it's almost gone. Feeling a lot healthier than I have done for a while today. Get away with some more there. And some more there like that. And again, our final fatigue, 22%. Perfect. All right, into February then. We have got some money to be able to build these parts. We're only a couple of days away from the first two. Factory is refurbed just in time for us to start building stuff. That's worked out quite well. Some costs and codes just love to cling on after the fact. Oh god, don't they just? Yeah. Alright, let's start building. Just going to build 3 of these. Oh, okay, we're out of cash already. Just going to build 2 of these. There we go. And then that will give me enough money to build a couple of these. There we go. Still got another couple of weeks to go until the wing is done. Well, week and a bit. And we've got enough money for 1 of those at the moment. Should hopefully have enough for 2. Not in a couple of weeks' time. That's our team hub upgrade. So that'll help develop our staff a little bit quicker. Should cheer the miserable buggers up as well. Yeah, there we go. Xavi's still a miserable git. Alright. Have it your way, Xavi. So, how much cash have I got? 471. It's not quite enough for 2. It's enough for 1. Javi goes up by a rating. It's been reported that Helmet Marco will leave RedBull at the end of the year. Yeah, I can see that. He's getting on a bit. I wonder if it's his decision or not. And what that will mean for Max. Alright, we now have enough to actually make another one of these. There we go. We're going to take a look. Actually, we're going to wait. I don't want to piss off Isaac by giving an inferior car. There we go, that's the second rear wing. That's the second side pod. Ian Greg goes up by a point. And that's the second chassis. Welcome to the 2028 season. It's the start of a brand new season of Formula One. After a long winter break, we're all eager for the tyres to hit the track once again. Who will triumph this season? Last year, we saw Mercedes steam ahead to win the Constructors' Championship. Oh, boy, didn't they? Oh, yeah, they would just blitz the field. George Russell taking home first place in the Drivers' Championship. So, George retaining his title. He is now a two-time and back-to-back champion. But it's all to play for this year with a new crop of drivers, hungry drivers, groundbreaking car designs, freshly energised teams. They'll all be battling to come out on top. You won't want to miss any of the action. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. Do you like what I did there? Right. We've got two chassis. We've got two side pods. We've got two wings. So now we can do a little comparison as to how much we've improved our car. With those three upgrades. Side pod, there we go. Right, car analysis. So we've gained about 0.4 kilometers an hour, almost. A little bit of acceleration. DRS has only gone up by a tiny amount, but we didn't really focus on it that much. Negligible changes in downforce at the moment, but not insignificant. 0.02G there, 0.022G there, 0.032G there. Gained an extra 0.5% in dirty air tolerance, give or take. No change to tyre wear yet. We need to do a suspension. We'll do that next month, in the next ATR period, once we've got some more money in the bank again. We've gained about 5%, just over 5% in engine cooling as well, which is quite nice. But we don't know how good we are compared to the rest of the field. We'll find that out soon. Let's fit those upgrades to Isaac so that he doesn't have a car that's inferior. There we go. Yes, I know we have low stock. At least we have some stock. Alright, sponsor plan. Our first sponsor period due to pay us in 6 weeks' time. See how much money we're going to get. Standard engagement, just a touch under 5 million. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. It's not the highest we've ever seen, but it's a little bit higher than last year. I think about 300k higher than we had last year. And we're going to get an extra 800k. That's not that much for a head of aero fuel advert. Big chunk of experience or engagement there from Danny Rick. We'll get Jack doing something as well. We'll get the factory, maybe. Might not need the factory, actually. Let's get the scouts. Ooh, yeah, it's a bit... It's not quite enough, is it? And I don't want to have to book in another activity on top. So we'll go with the factory. That will give us a nice 700-point overshoot. And then we'll end up with about 5.73 mil in 6 weeks' time. You've heard that Lewis may be getting a new race engineer at Ferrari for next season. Possibly. Ferrari definitely need to restructure the way things are done. I don't know who it's likely to be. Xavi's not coming back anytime soon. He is, senior engineer at Cadillac, or senior race engineer at Cadillac, prepping for the start of their new team. I doubt it's going to be Bono. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be somebody from within the team. If they are moving it, Ricardo will probably get moved upstairs somewhere into a slightly more senior position. Maybe he'll get like a head of engineering, a head of race engineering position, similar to what GP's got now. All right. Testing results aren't great. Ah, dear. Any improvement from our affiliates? Yes. A point for Jack Doohan in accuracy. And Logan Sargent gets a point in control. Evening Farah. Yes, I did accidentally have this listed as tomorrow. I programmed it in and I didn't realise it had already ticked over past midnight when I programmed it in, so I put it in a day later than it should be. My bad. Any change from main drivers? Nope, not yet. What is my sim level at? Is it level 3 now? Well, it's level 4 now. So that's good. That should hopefully help Hadjar. This now needs a refurb, but we don't have the 1.5 mil that we need. So that's a little way off yet. Helipads. Oh, I should have done this sooner. Damn it. I forgot about that. Alright. Yeah, I should have done that a few days ago. Never mind. We're going to miss out on getting the full bonus for Melbourne, unfortunately. Alright. That is the end of February, and we're going to take another quick little break now. Alright, new training then. And our first training with races in it. We got 3 of them to contend with. So we'll strip everything out. Fatigue will be nice and non-existent, I hope. Oh, maybe not. Ah. It's actually carried fatigue over. That's not good. It doesn't normally do that. That's not good at all. So we're going to have quite a lot of fatigue coming out of Melbourne because it's a sprint weekend. And then we go to Jeddah, and that's a sprint weekend. But we get that fatigue down perfectly for Jeddah. So no training at all in the first 2 weeks of the month. And then when we come out, let's go with a day of car building here. And then we'll just go into split training in the run-up to Abu Dhabi. That's probably too much. I know it's too much. Let's take that out. There we go. That works out nicely. We'll go through all of the mod changes in first practice. I've listed them all in the description. I haven't gone through everything that's changed yet, but they are all listed there. I say we'll go through them in a little bit more detail when we get into first practice. There we go. Let's play it a little bit safer this time. Let's try and keep the fatigue down a little bit lower. So, confirm the changes. Not a huge amount of training, as you can see. 2.5 days of car building. 4.5 days of stat training. And then 3 days of gym training. Into, splitting up between the half days there. But making some more progress on the stats, bringing the car building level up to a comparable level. We're now under 10% on our chance of mistakes. About 2.1 on our estimated pit stop time. That's not too bad. 2 days to go. Alright, it is race weekend time. So, let's have a look. It is a sprint weekend. It's going to be hot. Ooh, okay. Hot weekend. Tyres are definitely going to be an issue. It's going to be at least a 2-stop. If tyres melt, it might be a 3-stop. And then, I don't know what we'll do in the sprint for tyres. We shall see. Let's take a look at the cars, shall we? Let's get a rough idea, now that it's race weekend day, how far away we are from the average. So, about 1.3 kilometers an hour from the average. So, we pulled back 0.2 kilometers. We were 1.5 away at the beginning of the year. Acceleration, we've closed the gap ever so slightly, I think. DRS, we're less than 3% away now, so that's good. Downforce levels are still down a bit, unfortunately. Looks like the gaps might have increased ever so slightly. We're about 5% away, 5.5% away in dirty air. Tyre wear is down about 7.5%. Engine cooling is down about 5%, so we've closed up a little bit of the gap there. Let's see who is shaping up to be the car to beat. So, let's start with last season's champions, Mercedes, who walked it. And their car, not amazing, you've got to say. 18th in speed. That's not so good. Good acceleration. Middle of the pack in DRS. Very poor for them in low speed downforce. Not amazing in the medium or high speed. Bang average in the dirty air and tyre wear. Engine cooling's good, but yeah, it's not an amazing car. When you consider how good their car was last season, or at least at the start of this season, we never really paid too much attention after that because they wrapped up the championship so early. Let's take a look at Ferrari in comparison. So Ferrari, better speed, less acceleration, better DRS. Ooh, Ferrari not looking great in the downforce, especially in the low downforce. Tyre wear, upper half of the grid. Engine cooling, lower part of the grid. So Mercedes still the car to beat at the moment. Let's take a look at McLaren with George having moved over. Has he made the right call? Well, looking at this, his car is a little bit quicker in terms of speed. How much quicker? About 0.35 kilometers, not massive. Negligible difference there, negligible difference there. That's the other thing as well. We haven't actually looked to see what these values actually look like. And they're not that big in terms of the gaps, are they? Here it's a little bit bigger. But, in terms of all the important stuff, it's all pretty close. I mean, look at the difference there between 17th and 6th. What are we talking? 0.019G. So, yeah, not amazing. It also goes to show just how far away we are. But it looks like at the moment, Mercedes might still be the car to beat out of the ones we've looked at so far. Possibly McLaren. It's a tough one, that one. Let's take a look at Red Bull. So Red Bull have got a quick car with terrible acceleration. Really bad DRS, but they've got really strong downforce performance, so with a slight exception of medium speed. Tyre wear's pretty good. In 9th, it's in the upper half of the grid. I would say Red Bull is the car to beat at the moment, based on this. So let's have a look at the actual difference. Slight bit more speed than the McLaren. So nearly half a kilometre quicker this time. Down a fair bit in the acceleration, though. That acceleration's similar to ours. Close in DRS, not a major issue there. Not a big gain in the low speed. They are top in high speed with a 5.102. That's not bad. Negligible difference there, look. And they've actually got better tyre wear by about 1% as well. So I'm going to say that Red Bull are the car to beat so far. Let's take a look at Nissan, formerly Alpine. It's a lower half of the grid car, isn't it? 15th, 17th, 19th. Lower half of the grid in cornering. So this is a team that we've got to be striving to fight with, is Nissan. If we can't beat Nissan, we certainly can't beat anyone else. Williams. Ooh, hello. I think we have a new best car on the grid. Really good mix of speed, acceleration, DRS, strong in downforce. Dirty air lets them down a bit. Tyre wear lets them down a little bit. But as a package, that's a really nice car. Driver lineup not as strong as Red Bull's. That could certainly play a factor in head-to-heads. But I think in terms of actual performance of the car itself, I think Williams now is looking the best. Let's have a look at Haas. Close in speed, close in DRS, close in downforce. Acceleration's letting them down. How much is the difference? Oh, look at that, neck and neck in speed. Acceleration is down a fair old bit, 0.011. It's pretty close in the downforce, isn't it? They've got a nice little 3% edge or so in dirty air tolerance. But again, we're not talking massive margins. Let's have a look at Maserati. They actually had, at one point towards the end of the season, the best car on the grid, as well as the worst driver lineup. Let's see what that looks like now. Bad. Very bad. Very, very bad. In comparison to where they were. So, not a great car. Audi. They actually had a pretty strong car towards the end of the season. It's not bad. Downforce is middle of the road. Decent speed. Decent acceleration. They've got the best tyre wear on the grids. 77. Aston. Now we have a new best car. Aston are going to be the team to beat, at least in these early races. Tsunoda and Ocon have got a belter of a car here. Second in speed and acceleration. First in the low speed. Third in the high speed. Fourth in the medium speed. Third in tyre wear. Sixth in engine cooling. Yeah, this is the car to beat. And then it's us. And that's where we stand against the strongest package on the grid. So we are down by 1.5 kilometers, 1.6 kilometers an hour. We're down a fair bit in the acceleration. We're down 2.5% in DRS. We're down a lot in the low speed, even more in the medium speed. Fair old chunk in the high speed. We're down 7.5% in dirty air. We're down 8.5% in the tyre wear. We're down about 8.5% in engine cooling. Yeah. Aston have got a belter of a car. So that's going to make some very interesting moments this season. Let's see if they can keep that going, I suppose. Right. Race targets. Let's see how much money we can actually bring in. Just under £1 million if we hit our targets. We're going to go 18th or higher with both for the opening race. I like my chances of that for the opening race. We'll see where we go from there. Off we go to Melbourne.
It's wonderful to be back down under for the Australian Grand Prix. As we start a brand new season, the slate is wiped clean and the teams prepare to make an instant impact heading into an exciting year.
What teams learned in pre-season testing will be put into practice now, with all of them hoping they make the right calls with the data they have.
Let's get on with the weekend.
Well, looks like we are going to have some rain on the Saturday, which will affect potentially the sprint and qualifying for the main Grand Prix on Sunday as well. We have one session to try and bed in the car, learn all of the parts, and nail the setups. It's going to be tricky. It's going to be very tricky. We've got to run the hard tyres, because we want to run the whole session. We're going to need probably about 50 laps of fuel. Actually, no, we're not, because we're not running the old tyre wear model anymore, or the new tyre wear model anymore. So we can actually afford to do this again. Do we have new parts for this race? We have a new chassis, a new suspension, and a new rear wing already fitted to the car. So those are the Mark II parts. But there will be more parts, you know, hopefully going into development after this Grand Prix. Right, let's get some setups on the car, shall we? So, it's going to be a one and done attempt. And then we'll have to tweak it as a blind run for sprint quali. because we need to spend as much time on track as we possibly can. So let's go for a relatively safe Melbourne setup. So we want an 8, a 13, an 8-2. We want this to be down here somewhere, and this to be down somewhere around there. I don't know whether or not to do the same setup on this car or go something a little different. I think I'll go something a little different on this one. Let's go with an 8 and a 13 again. I'll go with a 7-3 this time. This, I'm actually going to push up slightly. And we'll push that up to there. And we'll see how that works out. Hopefully one of those two setups will be close. Ideally, both will be close. In a perfect world, they'll both be spot on. But somehow I don't think I'm going to be that lucky. And let's get ready to see all the new shiny liveries, shall we?
Four seconds, 3, 2, 1, green light.
May change the team color configuration slightly for us, just to make things a little easier to see.
Copy.
In fact, that is something I had done and it hasn't carried across. So I will need to tweak that.
Good for me too.
Try to work on the front tires.
Yep. Brake warming reminder.
So, mod-wise, what is new? What has changed? What has stayed the same? Well, liveries is the big change. Don't get used to red. That's probably not going to be red after this Grand Prix. We've got a new Ferrari livery. We've got a new McLaren livery, new RedBull livery, new Mercedes livery. I know I hadn't initially planned on changing that, but I did in the end. A new team to replace Alpine in Nissan. A new team-ish BMW Williams livery. A new Toyota-themed, well, a new more Toyota-themed TGR Haas livery. A new team entirely, Maserati, having bought out Racing Bulls. No change to Audi. Their livery stays the same. A new livery for Aston. And then obviously we've got ourselves a brand new livery here. In terms of gameplay and other visual changes, the most obvious initial one is the tyres. We have Firestone tyres. Firestone tyres this season to replace Goodyear. It was initially supposed to be Hankook, but this shot in particular, I really didn't like the look of the tyres in motion through, here on this shot here. It was very distracting for me. So after doing some testing, I decided to just play a storyline card and have an American brand for the American run Formula One. Kind of made sense. I very nearly went with Bridgestone, but then I thought, let's take the American brand Firestone instead. It's the American brand branch of Bridgestone, so it makes sense that Firestone would come in. What else has changed? We've got some new helmets. So we have a new helmet for Lewis. This is his 2023 helmet. This is a Myteam variant of the helmet, so there's no team branding on this. But it still has everything else. So it's got his number, the Still I Rise, the ham on the back, mission 44, the 7 stars on the side. There's a quick glimpse of the new RedBull, which I'll show you in a moment. It's not the one you saw at the end of the stream on Friday. That was a full Ford conversion. I didn't realise at the time. So that has been regressed back to a different livery, but still different from last season's livery. We also have a new helmet for Hadjar. He's got his Myteam version of his own proper helmet. So again, no team branding on it at all, but this is Isaac's helmet. Very pleased that we actually have his helmet on the car. Also, we moved Hamilton into the car 1 seats. Thanks to a little bit of database trickery. What else is new? There are a couple of other new helmets on some of the other drivers. Some of them are team-based, some of them are individual helmets from Patreon packs. Everything that is paid is listed as a paid mod. So I've broken it down into 3 categories. I've got the free mods from overtake.gg. They're all listed and they're all linked. Then I've got 2 blocks of paid mods, one from Mr. Only's Patreon and the second block from Little Onion's Patreon. We used a lot of Mr. Only's mods in the first 2 seasons. There's going to be a lot less of that this season. It's mostly Little Onion mods this season, and mainly for helmets. We have removed the tyre wear or the tyre performance mod because it just didn't work the way I wanted it to. It made some races way too easy, and it made some races way too hard, and very few races were actually at the level that they were supposed to be at, or how I felt they should be at. So I've just stripped it out completely. We're not even going to try a different variant of it. It's gone. So we won't see the ridiculous 5-6 stop strategies from the AI this season, unless they are incredibly clumsy and keep breaking things on their car. But in terms of running the tyres for like 5 laps and boxing, we're not going to see that this year. Everything else is pretty much the same. So still using the same graphics upgrade that we were before. Still running the new leaderboard. We are introducing the standings app for post-race breakdowns, which I will quickly pop up there. This is actually running an old file at the moment, just so I can have it open, because it doesn't show you anything with the without an active save file that's actually had a race, so that's why I couldn't have it prepped. But at the end of this race, we will import the save file into that, and we'll have a look at some of the funky stuff from that. It is a Patreon-only mod, that standings app from Mr. Only, so not available for everyone, unfortunately, unless you spend a couple of quid. Can I buy the Mr. Only 2026 cars? I have 3 of them, but I'm waiting till he's released the rest before I resubscribe so I can get them all. He has 5 done at the moment, and until he updates them, they're not as useful as they could be in race situations, because the rear wing flap opens up at a really, really weird angle, which completely breaks the immersion, and like 2 or 3 of the different camera modes don't work. So there are some severe limitations to those mods at the moment. He is working on fixes. We'll see, when the next update of the actual model itself, rather than just a new livery, comes, as to whether that fixes those issues or not. But I have tried a couple of them. I've got the Ferrari, got the RedBull, got the Mercedes. Haven't got the Audi, haven't got the... What's the other one he's done? Williams, I think. So let's take a look at some of these new cars, shall we? Well, these new liveries. There's one. So we'll start with the RedBull. It's a very dark blue colour. And the most obvious initial change is there is no yellow nose. Instead, we have a different shade of blue on the nose. So there is your 2028 RedBull. We have the new BMW Williams. And there you go. M-Power, HB sponsorship, T-Mobile, RBS Group, Allianz. And a very, very nice looking car. Next up, we've already seen a quick glimpse of it. The new Nissan team with their Formula E livery, including the cherry blossoms. We have a black Haas. With the big old GR for Gazoo Racing. There's the Audi. This is the same one that we put on midway through last season. You know, their predicted livery for next year. So no change there. Here's the new Ferrari. Inspired by their WEC livery. I have to say, I do think this actually works really, really well for Formula One. I'm a big fan of that. I do like that a lot. All right, what else can... Oh, well, yeah, we need to speed time up a little bit. Some of these other cars to get on track. There's our livery. Something else we can do, which I forgot. We can actually do this again. Seeing as we're going to be running slow, makes sense to get out of the way where we can. We have
as much as you can.
Yeah.
a new McLaren. Chasing down the new RedBull. I'll show you the Mercedes in a minute. And then the Maserati, which I think of all the liveries is probably my favourite actually. It's really, really nice. It's nice and simple, it's nice and clean. And there we go. So that's the McLaren for this season. Here's the Mercedes. It is still CrowdStrike as their title sponsor, and it's basically a silver version of last year's car. So instead of the sort of deep blue into black colour that they had for the bodywork last season, it's now silver. Everything else about it is essentially exactly the same. But it was originally just going to stay the same, but when I did some testing, it made it very difficult to see at a glance to distinguish it from the Haas. Two black cars with a little bit of red flashing here and there made it very difficult to tell. It does make it a little similar, at least from the front, to the Audi, but you know, there's a lot of silver on that car. A lot less on the Audi, and the Audi is not metallic as well. So, again, it makes it a little easier to distinguish. Right. The Aston. Also based on a wet livery. We almost had it for a second then. So it's in that sort of fluorescent yellow. And again, I really like the way the wings go up the side, through the side pod, onto the back of the engine cowling. I do have a green and white variant of that, which we will be saving for another season, but that is the new look Aston in Go Faster Yellow. And it seems to have worked because they've got a hell of a car at the moment. Let me try and get a good side-on shot.
Got that.
There you go. The only thing I don't like about this livery is it's very difficult to see the numbers on the rear of the car, but that's the only niggle I have with it. Everything else about this car I really like. So, and now, oh, excuse me, of all the liveries we've got, this is my favourite. The Maserati. Really like this. I love the ghosted trident here against a very deep blue fade at the back with the actual trident in bold white there. I love this zigzag undercut here of the Italian flag colours with the blue matching sort of the national colour of Italy as well, the blue. Just very crisp, very clean. I like this. It's really, really nice. It's the only livery we have for this team, unfortunately, but I mean, it's such a good one that I don't mind leaving this on for multiple seasons. It really is a beautiful, beautiful looking car. And you can see here from this shot the different shades of blue moving through the car. Really like it. Superb job on that livery. All right, we are 17 minutes into the session. We've got full feedback from Isaac. Let's see what he thinks of his car. 91%. That's a pretty good starting point. Let's see what Lewis thinks. 89%, so pretty close.
Yes.
I would have preferred it if both cars were in the sort of mid to high 90s. But I will take those as our starting points. We're going to leave them out for the whole session because our track knowledge needs to climb up to about 60%. We need to try and get as much car knowledge out of this session as we possibly can. And it's not going to be massive. To try and get as much prep as we can for the for the sprint, which is right after this session. You're biased towards the Ferrari, but the Maserati looks awesome. Yeah, I mean, there are some absolute bangers in those liveries, but for me, that Maserati is the best of the bunch. I really like the Williams, really like the Ferrari. I like the Aston, but that Maserati livery, that's beautiful. Beautiful, because it's not overly complicated. It's clean and crisp and does exactly what it needs to.
Temps okay?
We need to work on the tires, keep the temperature on the tires.
So in terms of helmets, let's have a look at some helmets. See who's actually running. George is running a brand new helmet. He's running a McLaren variation of his helmet. Again, Little Onion is the king of helmet mods. Norris is still running the default. I say default. It's the improved helmet from his Better Helmets pack for Mercedes. Leclerc is actually running a special helmet as his new permanent helmet. So it's a white helmet with red flashes rather than a red helmet with white flashes. Max is running the helmet he ran last season or the season before in Austria. So really, really sort of dark blue with a white bull on the side and then orange trim for his Dutchiness. I just think that's a really nice looking helmet. Lindblad is running the default Audi helmet. Again, added in from the team mod. And I think Stroll is running that as well. Stroll's in the pits. Albon's running his normal helmet because he's still at Williams, so no change there. Perez is running a default Haas helmet for TGR. There are two variants of this helmet for Maserati. They're very, very similar. This one's got more white trim on it than the other one. But they are both deep blue. I can't show you a Iwasa at the moment. It's in the pits. Bortoletto is running a default McLaren helmet. Behrman's still running his normal helmet. Gasly's still running his helmet. I haven't thought of a suitable replacement for him yet, so I've just left him with his Alpine helmet. Same for Mick. Schumacher's running his as well. He's not actually in the session, so I can't show you him, but it's the same as it was last year. It's got Alpine written on the front of it, but it's his yellow WEC helmet for when he drove for them in WEC last year. Sanhueza is a rookie. Nagel's a rookie, so we might see one of the default helmets for Mercedes here. Yeah, so that's the sort of black and white one that we saw on a couple of cutscenes last season. Actually looks like it's got some German blending going on, almost Schumacher-esque on that one. Stucker is running Esteban Ocon's helmet. Ocon's helmet is actually just one of two default helmets from the better helmet pack for Aston Martin. So this has just got Aston wings on it, Aston sponsors, a Valvoline themed helmet. Sonoda's running a Ramco themed Aston helmet, so it's kind of split in colour, half blue, half green, as you can see. Wasser's still not back out of the track. Lawson is running a default helmet for this mod pack, so a nice sort of crisp black and white helmet with the light blue trim. Kamara's running something. I don't know what this helmet is actually. I don't think I've ever seen this helmet before. I don't know if this is one that came with the team or not. Let's see if I can get a close-up shot. It's just a blue and pink helmet, isn't it? So that might just be some kind of weird generic Alpine helmet that I've not seen before. Yeah, no idea. Never seen that helmet before. Anyone else that I can show? No, that's everyone. We'll have to show you the other helmets when they come out of the pits in sprint quali.
Time's okay, right?
And try to work on your front tires.
Right, down to the last 15 minutes of the session. Leclerc's on track, so I can show you Charles Leclerc's helmet. There we go. This is one that he has run before, I think. Actually, no, this isn't one that he's run before, I don't think. This is one, again, from Mr. Only. No, from Little Onion. I don't know if this is a helmet that he has actually run in the past or if this is just a fantasy helmet. But it's a nice change because, you know, it makes him stand out a little bit more from the car. And here we go. It's Dino's favourite driver. The man, the myth, the legend, Wadsworth Warren. No, it's not. It's Caitlin Newell. Caitlin Newey. Wadsworth Warren drives for Alpine. But this is Oscar's RedBull helmet. So it is essentially still Oscar's helmet, but with RedBull branding instead of McLaren branding. And that's the reason Caitlin's running it is because it's assigned to this car rather than the driver. Here's Iwasa back out. Yes, he is. So this is the other helmet. So you can see it's a lot less. This one has silver trim rather than white trim. Is Colapinto still out there? Yes, he is. So that's Colapinto's version of this helmet. And that's Iwasa's. Slightly different shade of blue. Silver trim instead of white trim. And Colapinto's has a bit more black on it and also has the Italian stripe on it as well, as you can see there on the top of the helmet. And I think it runs down the back as well. Another really thing I like about this car is that Italian stripe across the edge of the deflector on the roll bar there. So it's such a well done livery. All right, let's whiz through the last few minutes.
That's the checkered flag.
So, we got up to 60% on our track knowledge, 30% on the car knowledge, and not bad on the setups. We're going to make some blind changes to those. I say blind changes, untested changes to the setups before we send them out for qualifying for the sprint. But not a bad start.
Welcome everyone, qualifying for the sprint awaits us, and we're raring to get going.
All right, let's take a look, shall we? What can we change? It's not clear. That could be up or down. All of those could be up or down. Let's try going like that and just see. It's too much. Let's just see what that one little change on the front wing does. That's something that we can then flip the other way to a 7.5 without breaking any Parc Fermé rules or taking a long time to make changes to the setup. It's a little bit trickier to decide here. I'm going to go down to a 7.5 on this one. I don't think that's enough of a change to nail it, but we'll see if it gets us a little bit closer. Got to use the mediums because it is a sprint weekend. So let's hit the track. Let's see just how slow we are compared to everybody else.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green light.
Quite a few cars coming out right at the beginning of the session here, which is not unheard of in sprint weekends, but a little unusual. See, 3 other cars out with us at the very, very beginning of the session. It's usually a little break of 30 seconds to a minute before anyone else comes out. Alright, that is about what I was expecting. Very, very short, high confidence bar because he's just joined the team, hasn't got a relationship with his engineer yet. Hamilton has got a much better, very high confidence bar because he's been with Javi for a full season now. And again, the bar's about the same position. It's close. We may have made some slight improvement. We may not have. I'm not 100% certain. Let's see how we crack on with our first laps in anger. Hadjar will have a little bit of traffic ahead of him. That's Charles Leclerc and Gabriel Bortoleto. I'm actually going to switch over to him, see if he gets held up. I think he might, by Bortoleto. Oh no, he gets out of the way quickly. That's good. As does Sainz. Not Sainz, sorry, Leclerc. Sainz is actually directly in front of us and pulling away from us. Hamilton a couple of tenths up on Hadjar, that's to be expected.
You are currently P2.
That's a bigger gap than I was expecting to see, although we did get a nice little bit of an improvement at the end there.
Understood.
Is that you in disguise, Wayne?
So watch out for the next car.
Or is Farah pulling a fast one? Yeah, there's only two people it could be. There's only two people on my moderator list. And one of them was already in the chat, so it kind of makes it very easy to immediately figure out who it is. Right, Leclerc's crossed the line. He is 7th. He's slower than Hadjar and Hamilton. Bortoleto definitely got held up somewhere on his lap. Here is the defending champion, George. Let's have a look for that number 1 on his car. And just sit behind the aerial. There we go. Number 1. And number 1, reigning champion for the 2nd season in a row. Oh, Norris getting held up there. He's got a Maserati right up his backside. Oh, has it come out on PS5 now? I seem to remember you saying it was December, but I just thought it was a couple of weeks away yet. So yeah, Norris down in 10th place. Lawson's had a pretty good strong sector in the middle sector. Piastri goes up to P5. Here comes George. And he goes top. Ocon so far only P13. Sonoda is closing out his lap. And he goes top by 3.5 tenths. Yeah, you can see Ocon got held up with a 28.0 in the first sector. He definitely lost time there. Max getting held up badly on his lap as well. And Ollie Behrman. Antonelli up to the line. And he goes P8. And it's P15 for Albon, but a lot of drivers getting caught out with traffic. So not the clearest picture of exactly how good our pace is. P6, I think, flatters to deceive. And I'm a bit surprised to see Hadjar so far back compared to Lewis as well. I thought he'd be closer than that. Let's prep for another run. I am very curious as to whether Ocon would be right up there with Tsunoda. We could be looking potentially at an Aston front row lockout if Ocon's pace is anything like his teammates. Gasly out there on another run. Start to see a lot of people leaving the pits now. A couple have already left, a couple more going out right now. There goes Norris. There is Norris. Oh yeah, because that's what Esteban Ocon needs. It's a slipstream from us. Oh, it's not Ocon. Ocon's waiting to go out. There's Ocon. It's Tsunoda who's getting a tow from us. Alright, there is Isaac. He's got a Haas behind him. Which one is it? Perez or Behrman? Behrman.
So you're in a good position.
Now you need to get yourself a HOTUS, Wayne, for your PS5. All right, Isaac, show me what you can do.
Okay, gap is good. Must go now.
And track is clear, track clear.
Actually, when I think about it, it's something I want to check before he boxes. Is he running the right number again? Because this is something else I did the other day when I was doing the calendar, and then for whatever reason it didn't. No, he's still running 78. So I need to go through and I need to change driver numbers again. All right, that's a job to do later. Norris goes purple in the first sector at 26.3. Where is Isaac? There he is. .26.6. Behrman matching. Hamilton at 26.5. Both drivers improving so far. Russell improves to P3. Bortoletto's done in 13th. Perez is done in 15th. Norris up to P3. Perez is out. And Iwasa is in 11th now. Hadjar improves it to P12. Behrman in 13th. We're immediately bumped down by Lawson, who goes up to P4. Hamilton has not improved. He stays in P9 now. Max improves. Where did Max go? P9. Hadjar getting bumped slightly.
At the moment, P11.
Tsunoda's gone top. Ocon second. Behrman on the cusp of elimination now. Colapinto knocks him out. Can Albon knock out Hadjar? Yes, he can. What about Charles Leclerc? Needs an improvement. Bortoletto's done. He's out. Perez is out. Stroll's out. Behrman's out. Hadjar's out. Will Iwasa be out or will it be Charles Leclerc? Oh, purple sector when he needs it the most from Charles Leclerc. Iwasa is eliminated. But look at the fine margins. Just 14 thousandths of a second between Albon and Iwasa. 14 thousandths away from safety or elimination. Hadjar not that far behind either. Just less than 400ths of a second. Yeah, he's going to be the flying trucker for sure in about 2 weeks. You watch. Or the flying Wally. That might be what I call you, actually, the flying Wally. There we go. So Hadjar is eliminated at the end of Q1. And ominous, the Astons first and second, and by a pretty healthy margin as well. Into Q2. Hamilton still in. And we found the right improvement there, but not anything here. All right, well, we'll just stick with that. Let's try and get out first if we can.
Green light.
There we go. There's Max in second. There's a very, very yellow car. But the Go Faster paint scheme seems to be working. Almost everybody out of the garage now, waiting on, I was going to say waiting on Albon, and he immediately pops out. So it's Gasly and Lindblad, the last two.
Track is clear.
And we are going to have to fight through some traffic.
There will be charge button off for last corner.
So Albon and Russell up ahead. Get past Albon without any issues. Russell pulls over and lets us through. quicker than Lawson. That's encouraging. Oh, bad first sector for Tsunoda. Must have got held up in the first turn or two. Max getting held up in the middle sector really badly. Tsunoda immediately goes purple in the middle sector. So it's not going to be a great lap for Max or Yuki. We might stay top for a couple of cars here.
So at the moment you have P1.
As we get out of the way of Schumacher. Quicker than Lawson by just 11 thousandths of a second. Tsunoda goes third. Taking out his vengeance on sectors 2 and 3 there. Here comes Oscar. Mighty first sector for Alex Albon as well, but he might have traffic to contend with. Piastri goes top. Here comes Esteban Ocon in the second Aston. And he's slower by a couple of tenths than Oscar. Colapinto up into P7. Good lap from Colapinto. Antonelli in 9th. Here comes reigning champion, George Russell. And he goes top by 0.05 of a second. Albon's looking pretty quick, where he was, until he got held up in the middle sector and the final sector. And we are P6. That's not bad. Gasly and Lindblad to come. Here's Lindblad. This could be a good breakout season for Lindblad after a strong start to his career at Audi last season. He's currently P9, Gasly up into 10th. And we are back in the pits and rebooting for another run. Can we get into Q3? That would be nice. And Lawson goes out early. And there's Antonelli going out as well. I'm going to go out myself in a moment. He's still in the pits. Tsunoda, he's going to be coming out any moment. There he is. And Max. And Mick. There's Max. And there's Mick. All right, back to Lewis.
And track is clear, track clear. And it will be charge button off for last corner.
Strong opening sector for Lawson, but doesn't look like it's the best middle sector with a 19.1. Yeah, he's down half a second on Antonelli. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if he doesn't improve on this lap. Hamilton's improved a little bit, up a 10th in the opening sector. And Lawson stays where he is, in 7th place. Antonelli driving for the line now. And he improves it to P5. That knocks Hamilton down to 7th. We are up a couple of tenths at the moment. We avoid getting held up there. And there.
Got traffic, man.
We might have lost a 10th.
We've seen it.
Norris looking very quick. Colapinto up into 3rd place. Up to the line for Lewis Hamilton. Behind the Ferrari is Charles Leclerc. No, behind Sainz. Sainz stays 8th. We're up to 3rd. Norris goes top. We get in the way of Arvid, so that might eliminate Arvid, unfortunately. Piastri goes P2. Here comes Esteban Ocon. Leclerc goes top, a 1:16.190. We're down to 6th. But 2 drivers have already been eliminated. Ocon goes 2nd by just 1/100th of a second. Tsunoda's had a horrible middle sector. He's going out. Unless he can pull an absolute blinder here. No, Tsunoda is out. That's a huge surprise. What about Max? Max might be out as well. He is. He got held up in the first sector. Max is eliminated. It's just down to Lindblad now, who got held up by us through turns 1 and 2. And he can't find anything. So it's Lawson, Lindblad, Verstappen, Gasly, Tsunoda and Schumacher eliminated at the end of Q2. We're into Q3, making it through in 7th. And 2 big casualties, Max and Yuki, the big names to fall. So into Q3 then, we have soft tyres available. I'm just wondering if I've got enough time for 2 runs. Maybe if I'm lucky. Got to be first out though. Probably going to have to take manual control for a faster in-lap as well. I'm not expecting everybody out in this opening stint. We might see some people making just the one run. Might see a couple of people try and go for two. We might see the people who are making their opening runs now not have time or not bother going out again. Ocon is making his way out of the pits. Might potentially get in our way towards the end of the lap. Hopefully we won't encounter him around here. That's the worst place to encounter a driver, is through this chicane here. That and through turns 1 and 2 as they're coming out of the pits, but that's not going to be an issue this time round. So Tsunoda is the only, sorry, not Tsunoda, Ocon is the only car we might potentially come across on this run. And hopefully, if we do come across him, it'll be just as he's picking his pace up till we get a tow across the line. Hoping we might be a little bit quicker than that. But we are slightly quicker than Charles Leclerc. 18.5 in the middle. Ocon's already started pushing. Antonelli's going to go top, but we are beating out Charles Leclerc at the moment. And it's a 1:16.2. There's Leclerc in second place. Antonelli 3/10 quicker than us. Let's see what Ocon can do. Not the best first sector. Actually the slowest of the 4 cars so far. He's not going to beat Antonelli unless he pulls out an amazing final sector. I just don't think he's going to be able to do it. Might have time for another run, depends on how long it takes him to get back to the pits. But this might be it. This might be his only fast lap. And it is 4/10 away from Antonelli, and we are a 10th faster. So not a great opening run for Ocon, and I don't know if he's going to have time for another one. We will. Just don't know if the tyres will hold up enough. We'll see if we can sneak our way out behind someone as well, if we're lucky. One of the tyres at 90%. There goes George. I think we're going to have to wait for Sainz Let's wait for the wait for Norris. There we go. I doubt we'll stay close enough to Norris to actually get the real benefit from him, but we'll see what we can do. Right, Ocon's only just getting back into the pits now. He might, if he's lucky, turn it around quickly enough to go out again. Colapinto starting his lap. Sainz is leaving the garage now. He's on his way out. Leclerc's out for another run. If Ocon's going to come out, he's going to have to do it very, very soon. Are we going to get in the way of Piastri? Potentially. I don't know. We might actually have just about been all right. And look at this. We're tucked right up behind Lando here. Are we too close?
Track is clear. And charge button off.
And where are we going to have to go past Piastri? Is he going to be in the way? At turn 1 and 2, he might be. No, he's not going to be in the way. So we're currently on the front row. No improvement in the first sector, but this is where, if we are going to get a benefit, it's going to be here in this sector. And you can see us just visually closing the gap. 18.3, it's a purple middle sector. We lost a bit of time through the chicane from dirty air, but now we'll close a bit up again. Russell is only P8. Are we going to start on the front row here? We might. Ah, Norris knocks us off. We are unable to improve in the end. It's an all Mercedes front row, unless Sainz can do something about it. But we are going to start on the second row for the sprint. That's incredible. Oh, it's a bad lap from Sainz. Where did he lose? Oh, final sector. He lost a big chunk of time there. Lost a bit of time in the middle sector. A bit of time in the first sector. Just not a clean lap anywhere, really. But I think he might have lost out a bit in that final sector, perhaps. But we are going to start on the second row, P3, and get a nice slipstream from Antonelli on the run into turn 1. We might be able to jump Norris off the line here. That would be something special.
Well, the excitement levels continue to rise here as the teams prepare for the sprint.
The big draw today is the opportunity to grab some extra championship points. After all, they could make the difference when the season comes to a close.
Oh, I forgot about the rain. Oh, that could change everything. Is it going to be wet for the sprint? Ah, it's going to be wet at the end of the sprint. Okay. Let's have a look at the track graph. Oh, yeah. Yeah, very wet at the end. We are definitely going to need to change to inters. There's no way around that. But softs will be good. So I'm expecting the whole grid to be on softs. And then it's going to be, when do we change to inters? Hadjar's very, very off with that, I think. We did not improve his car. There is the biggest issue. His cornering is way down. Straights are okay. I'm likely to break his rear wing here. And I know I'm going to break his rear wing, but we're going to bring that a little bit closer. That might prove to be the right position for that. We're going to see if 8.5 is right for the front wing as well. So we know what changes we need to make afterwards. Let's put in an extra lap of fuel. We're going to go super aggressive off the line. Remember, we are not running the tyre wear mod. We are still running realistic racing. And we are prepped and ready. The Australian Sprint is next.
All the drivers on the grid about to take to Melbourne for the sprint. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Oh, it's a good start off the line. Not the best start for Antonelli, but he gets a good second phase. We have managed to out-drag Norris, but he's got more downforce and he's able to swing through. There's been drama. Tsunoda's off. I thought Hadjar was off for a second then.
Okay, so heading into turn 1 here. And there's the lockup. What caused that, I wonder?
There you see a big queue trying to get through. So not a great start at all for Yuki Tsunoda.
Nice job. We are P16. Slow down now.
I think Lawson must have gone a bit wide here as well. Yeah, he did. There we just saw him flash past on the outside. I was pretty confident that was the case because I saw a 2-second gap. There he is.
Tires button on.
Yep.
So P16 for Isaac. P3 and under threat from Esteban Ocon, who's just going to launch it up the inside. Colapinto makes a move on Charles Leclerc. And I am amazed. I thought everyone would be on softs. No, we've got hards and mediums. And not that many on the softs. Perez, Gasly, Verstappen, Lindblad, Ocon are the only drivers, apart from us, on the soft tyres.
You are P16. He's 0.5 behind.
So deployed.
Understood.
Mode push.
Did I manage to stay in range? It's tight. It's very tight. Yes, just. Antonelli's looking to try and break away from Norris. Norris has Ocon all over him. Doesn't have DRS either. So he's having to defend with creative lines. He does keep him behind. That allows as well us to close right back up again. How long can we stay up in the nosebleeds before we start to drop down the order, I wonder? Antonelli has checked out at the front, but Ocon will go after him if he gets past. Solid defending from Norris at the moment, though. Frustrating Yuki Tsunoda. Esteban Ocon. Tsunoda has caught the back of the train.
Charge button on.
Understood.
And is there an opportunity on Mick here? Don't think so. Let's bide our time a little bit.
Charge on.
We've got front row seats for the inevitable overtake that's coming. And we may be able to capitalise and pick up the pieces of a failed attempt just like that. And we're back up into third. We've got our third place back from Esteban Ocon.
Good job. Next car in front is Norris.
Let's have a look at that. Now we're with Lewis
I was hoping for an overhead shot.
The opportunity begging to be taken. Up into third and contending for a podium place.
Are we going to have any better luck against Norris as Colapinto is having a look at Ocon? He's lost a bit of ground and that's allowed Ocon to jump straight onto the back of Hamilton. We're closing in on Norris. There he is. And Ocon's closing in on us. Hamilton makes a look. Goes up the inside. Can we complete the move? No. But we will get DRS.
Race is long.
Or at least we should do. Yes, we do. So we'll be able to have another attempt, maybe into turn 1, if not into turn 3, turn 4. Turn 3. We've lost a bit of ground through turn 2 there, so that's not going to happen this lap. Hadjar still stuck in 16th. It's just a big DRS train, look, all the way back from Norris. All the way to the back of the grid. Tsunoda to Perez, to Bortoletto, to Stroll, Lawson, Behrman, Hadjar, Schumacher. Oh, Schumacher out of range. Are we out of range? Well, we're in range. Schumacher is not in range. Might be, as we, yeah, he's going to be here though. If someone has a go, they try and make a move and they have to back out and they are slow through the corner, which allows everyone else to close back up again. Colapinto gets past. And Ocon under threat from Piastri. Oh, when he gets pushed wide. Piastri is through. Ocon down to 6th place. It's not been a great start to the sprint, has it, for Aston? They looked so dangerous in qualifying. Then it kind of went a bit wrong for them, with Tsunoda getting eliminated early. Ocon not getting a clean run. And then Tsunoda's wide moment, dropping into the back of the grid. Ocon now out of range of Oscar as well. Look how close this is behind Norris. I desperately want to try and harvest some battery, but I daren't with, 2 cars behind who are scrambling all over my gearbox here. Albon gets past Charles Leclerc. Look how wide they are across. Russell's having a look. And Lindblad's having a look at Russell.
Expecting rain in about just a bit less than 10 minutes.
I completely forgot about the rain. So much excitement going on track. Let's have a look. Yeah, 12 minutes until it's damp. So that's when it'll be into conditions. But again, the timing comes in 4-minute chunks. So it could be damp in 9 minutes. Meanwhile, we're still sitting comfortably in 3rd place. Hadjar starting to slip. Still in DRS range at the moment. I think we need to give him a little bit of a push. It would be so nice to be able to get past Norris
if you are
before the rain hits.
Pace, it would be a good time to do it.
You can push.
Let's see if the extra tyre and then battery out of turn 2 will give us a chance into 3. Ocon gets past Piastri again and immediately loses the place again.
Charge on.
You can see the clouds starting to create some deeper shadows on the track now. Schumacher has gained a couple of places. Gasly down to 14th now.
Remember, long way to go.
Iwasa has dropped down to 15th. And again, we're just not close enough to do anything at the moment.
Charge on.
Potential opportunity, though, for Hamilton. Has a think about a look, but doesn't commit.
Continue, keep going.
And you can see it's already getting cloudier, look. We're 2 minutes away from a 50% chance of rain. It will be damp for a few laps before it gets properly damp. As Behrman gets past Lawson behind us. Lawson coming back up the inside. Gets back through. It's getting very cloudy, look. That rain is close.
Use the energy. Okay.
And I do want to get in front of Norris before the rain hits, if at all possible, just to give us that extra little chance of getting out of the pits in second.
Light spitting has started.
There we go. Now, is this where Hamilton's wet weather skill will come to its own or not? I don't know. I hope so. Schumacher is back down to 14th. Hadjar has got through past Iwasa.
Okay, at the moment we are.
I didn't see the banner. Oh, there it is. As I say, I didn't see the banner pop up. Iwasa very wide on the inside of the track there. There is Gasly getting past Schumacher there in front of us. Oh, and Iwasa's got back ahead again. Damn it.
Now we can see what happened. Now we're just proceeding through turn 4. There's the opening.
A little wide moment there for Lawson in the background, but he kept it going. Last chance for Lewis before I'm out of battery.
And Bush.
Not close enough, I don't think.
Understood.
Yeah, there we go. We're out of battery. All right, Hadjar gets back through again. Can we stay ahead this time? There's a huge gap in front of us from Sainz to the Nissans.
Can go faster, mate.
Continue like this.
Just do your best.
Ah, damn it.
Keep battling away.
Yeah.
We're at 15.15 mil. Couple more laps. And then it's going to be a mad scramble for the pits.
A long way to go.
And tires are good to push.
Oh, we lost the DRS. I wonder why we were under so much pressure. There's Piastri, throws it up the inside. Damn it.
Right, let's concentrate.
Albon's up into P6, Ocon in 7th. All right, we're still holding off Iwasa, and there's a chance to make a move on Gasly here.
So we believe it will be soon.
Yep.
We need to reduce K1 usage.
Nope, he backed out of it. And Piastri and Hamilton have just been dropped by Norris. He's gone. That's too early to box, Johnny.
So increase pushing status.
Okay, to push harder through 6 and 7 if you can.
Can't get close enough, mate.
Probably going to box at the end of the next lap.
Okay, next one is going to be Gasly.
Lindblad's in. Stroll and Bortoletto are in.
This focus is on long race.
Box now, box.
In the box is that.
Box this lap for Inter.
Boxing this lap, please.
All right, Hamilton is back in front of Piastri. Hadjar still not able to get past Gasly.
Charge on.
I might go one more lap with Lewis.
Car in front, Gasly.
Colapinto and Leclerc are in. Ocon, Russell, Sainz.
Box. So box now, box for Inter. We think Inter is much quicker.
It's not quicker at the moment.
Something's not gone right in the pits.
It's a good stop, 2.2, but we're being held for everybody. Ah, damn it. Down to 16th, we lost. We lost a place. Well, we lost 2 places. And then we got jumped on the exit of the pits. Oh,
So currently you
so
are
close for
18.
Stroll.
Car in front is Stroll. Car behind it is Lawson. Six.
Now's the
laps
perfect
to go.
time to box.
Lawson behind you. He's 0.5
We could have,
behind.
probably should have gone another lap with Hadjar. Never mind. I wasn't 100% certain. And Piastri's coming in as well. And so are both of the McLaren, Mercedes. Max coming in as well, as is Albon. .3, but we're being held. Ah, damn it. We were held
And what's a
because of the
wide exit?
BMW Williams coming through, and that has allowed Piastri to jump us in the pits. If we hadn't been held, we might even have got out in front of Norris. Down in 7th place as a result of that.
Next guy in front is Ocon.
Ah, it's frustrating. I thought by going an extra lap we could avoid some of that chaos and carnage in the pit lane and get out cleanly. Oh, there's an Audi getting pushed very wide. Is that Lindblad?
You need to keep your K1 usage
It was.
down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of battery and then you'll just be taken by everybody.
Yeah.
There we go. No more DRS.
Charge on.
So, our chance of a high podium E type finish, because there is no podiums in sprints, is gone. But we're still going to score points by the look of it in the opening sprint of the season. Hadjar got screwed over in the pit lane as well.
Good.
Understood.
I don't think he's going to get much higher than where he is right now. Colapinto is currently fighting for 2nd place. What a dream return to the grid for Franco Colapinto here.
Gap to him 0.9. Race is long.
next car.
There's only a couple of laps, so we may as well just melt the tyres. Might give us that little edge.
If you can.
And try to increase pushing status.
Oh, God.
End of this lap.
A wild Liam Lawson appears.
Car ahead is now Stroll. Lawson behind you.
And he won't leave us alone.
1.1 seconds behind.
Damn it.
3 laps to go.
I'm not worried about race pace in terms of achieving our sponsor targets, which I think is 18th, isn't it, with both? Yeah, 18th with both. It doesn't count for sprints, so not at all concerned by that. But our race pace was good in the dry. Qualifying is going to be absolutely critical, I think. At least for the first stint anyway, because it's going to be DRS trains all over the place. Last 2 laps. Colapinto still hanging on in 3rd place. Piastri's right there now. And this has recovered quite nicely for Charles Leclerc, considering he was just getting picked off by everybody in that first stint. We have closed the gap to about a second to Ocon, but I don't know if we're going to be able to get any closer than that. We've got a good amount of battery, actually. Let's turn that on. See if we can maybe make a lunge somewhere. About to start the final lap, and Colapinto's lost his opportunity at Norris. Norris is gone. 2-second gap now. He's having to drive so defensively to keep Piastri behind him. Lindblad gets ahead of Verstappen. So far, the defending champion George just outside the points. Piastri gets through on Colapinto, and so does Leclerc. They both jumped him through turn 2. And now Ocon gets him as well. Oh, what a disaster. Can we get him? Can we get him and get another point? We're on for 2 points. Colapinto would be 3 points. He's getting a hell of a slipstream. Glued basically to the back of that Aston right now. We're not close enough to have a lunge. Antonelli's going to win the opening sprint of the season, and quite comfortably in the end as well. Colapinto looked so strong for so long, it just kind of fell apart in the last couple of laps.
Wins the sprint.
But there we go, Antonelli wins.
Driver made that look pretty easy.
and their hard work is rewarded with maximum points.
And checkered flag.
And that is 2 points to kickstart our season.
That's the checkered flag.
And after today's sprint, it's a finish in the points for Lewis Hamilton.
Plenty for them to think about and strategize, and certainly a good enough result for now.
So, confirmation of the sprint final results. Antonelli wins ahead of teammate Lando Norris. Oscar Piastri had a good sprint, up 5 places to take third. Charles Leclerc 4th, Ocon 5th, Colapinto 6th, Hamilton 7th, couldn't quite hang on, and ruining that little moment in the pits there. 8th place in the final point for Alex Albon ahead of reigning world champion George Russell. Max in 10th. Then it was Lindblad from Schumacher, Sainz, Tsunoda, Gasly, Bortoletto, Stroll, Lawson, Hadjar, Behrman, Iwasa, and Perez on his return to the grid in 22nd.
There's tension in the air today, so it must be time for qualifying.
These days, it's a much faster layout here at Albert Park, and teams need to focus on getting high and medium speed cornering right to set a good qualifying time.
Charles Leclerc has been a talking point for many of late. Karun, how do you think he's doing so far?
They were looking pretty sharp in practice and setting good lap times, so they're probably feeling fairly confident now. But a good practice time doesn't always guarantee a strong qualifying outcome.
So get yourselves comfortable. It's going to be quite the ride.
Ooh, look at that water level, just under full wet conditions. It's going to be a very, very soggy start to qualifying. So, traction is going to need to be a 6.4, I think. That's going to need to be pulled back just a touch. Let's try that for Isaac. For Hamilton. Gonna try that. Let's put 2 laps of fuel in. See what the weather does. It's actually gonna get slightly worse. Let's get out now.
Green light.
See if we can use Hamilton to maybe help Hadjar a little bit. You know, weather centre not the greatest, but we won't need it after this race for a few rounds. Pull over Hadjar. Come on, Hamilton's close enough, surely. There we go. But he did it in such a spot that he now can't stay close. Might close up at the end of the lap for the second run. Oh, Iwasa locking up
Then, we can take a look
on his warm-up.
Now it's quite wet for those on the track. The brakes couldn't cope, and hopefully there's not too much damage to the tyres.
I'd be more concerned about the underfloor than the tyres with that. Right, here we go. First flying lap in the wet. See if Hadjar can actually get through into turn one without traffic. I don't know. There's the Ferrari. The Red Bull gets out of the way. Don't think we lost any time there. Should be smooth sailing for the rest of the lap. .4 difference. I think part of that might be down to turn one, turn two, but only maybe a tenth. The rest, I think, is down to just skill. Oh, someone's off. Or running wide. Antonelli running wide.
Let's take a closer look. Look at the Mercedes. Oh, and they need to be watching those track
That's turn
limits.
two, not turn
And you
one.
really can't do that too often with these cars.
But yeah, bit of a corner cut there. Not a great way to start his lap. It's a really good opening lap here from Lewis. So Hamilton did a 1:29.3. Wow, he's over a second, 1.1 seconds faster. That's a pretty mighty lap. Piastri is second, and he is not quicker than Lewis. Terrible lap for Antonelli, losing a huge chunk of time thanks to that lockup. Max looking strong. Oh, he might get held up a little bit by Hadjar here. He is flying though. Purple, purple. Track's starting to get a little bit worse. It's gone up by 0.02 mil.
At the moment we are good. And track is clear, track clear.
We go for another flying run.
Start button off for last corner.
Tyre temps look good. Gap is currently good.
I think we're about to see a new
Good to
time leader. Yeah. But not by a huge margin. 37 hundredths of a second. Here comes Hadjar. He's going to have Verstappen and Leclerc in front. That's Leclerc there. No improvement for Hamilton. Or Leclerc. Or Hadjar, sorry. And given the track is so close to full wet condition now, I don't think we're likely to see an improvement either. But they will get an extra little bit of confidence for completing their flying lap. So we'll let them complete the run. We've got to wait for the track to dry up a bit before we can go back out again anyway. So it doesn't matter if we do an extra in lap. No improvement for anybody. Still half the grid yet to set a time. And they're not likely to come out anytime soon. As we now tick over onto full wet tyre conditions. This is where we need to be going back out again. Somewhere around about here. By the look of it. So pretty much as soon as we get back in, we've got to go back out again by the look of it.
Respect the delta, please.
Nobody else on track at the moment, just us two. Oh. Tell a lie. Sonoda's come out. Quite possibly the worst time. Perez coming out. Maybe the track is about to dry. Or maybe they're just being a little optimistic and they've just mistimed it slightly. Oh, wait. Here comes the rest of the grid. Look, Norris, Sainz, Lawson, Gasly. Now Lindblad, Schumacher. Track's still getting just that little bit wetter. It's going to dry up, though, at some point on their lap. It's just a question of when. I think they've gone a little bit too early to get the track in its absolute best condition.
Slippery track, pit exit.
Yep.
Now everyone's going out, look.
Box area is very slippery.
There we go. It's starting to go down.
Watch for traffic. And we need to try and sync all the gears.
Coming past you now. Just work on your tyres.
Yep.
Track's still getting drier. And Snowden does get held up a little bit there. Hear that little pause before he got back on the power.
Track is clear. Track is clear.
So we've got a really good chance here to go very, very fast. So track is still improving as we are starting the lap, and we've got a few cars there that are a sector ahead of us. The rest of them are almost done, and the track is still improving. Alright, so looks like we've managed to get through pretty cleanly there with Hadjar. 29.6 is the fastest of everybody apart from us. Let's see what Hamilton does. 29.9. Track's still improving though. Russell goes top. Track's still improving. To try and just do another straight lap right now. I think I might just about have enough battery for it. I might just run out towards the very end of the lap, but I was going to do a cool down lap, but I think the track might start to get worse again by the time we are ready to start pushing. So let's just go straight onto another flying lap. Hadjar goes 7th. Not a good lap from Hamilton. Just down in every sector and where he needed to be, but Hadjar pulled it out the bag. .29.3, there we go. Track's still improving. Should I have done that cool down lap or not? I probably should have done. I don't know, because we're a minute away from the weather changing. Look, we might have judged this just about perfectly. We're out of battery, but we don't really use any battery coming out this corner anyway, maybe 1%. And the track is starting to get a little bit worse again. I think we timed that absolutely perfectly. Hamilton goes top. Hadjar goes second.
And charge button on, charge on.
Understood.
And we've done all we can.
Just concentrate and get your tire temps down.
Copy.
Charge on.
Okay.
So now we've got to hope that the track is not going to be as good for everybody else. You see it's getting worse as everyone's piling up the pits for another run. Who is this? It's Gasly. Gasly's got a chance of getting a really good lap in here. Perez might have a decent chance as well. It's going to be worse for these guys because the track's going to be getting worse the whole time.
Be careful.
I don't think we're going to finish top, but we should be through with those laps.
Box there is very slippery.
Yes.
So let's keep an eye on Gasly. Let's see what he can do. Let's remind ourselves of our sectors. 29.2, 20.8 and 35.6. All right, he's down 0.2 on Lewis. And the track is still deteriorating. He's down another couple of tenths. Russell does a 29.3. As does Sainz. Across the line for Gasly. He goes third. 100th of a second slower than Isaac Hadjar. What can Russell do? And who's tucked up behind him? Is that Norris? Yeah, it is. It's Norris, I think. It is. Norris goes top thanks to the slipstream. Russell splits our two drivers. Sainz goes top now. Hamilton's safe, but it's where is Hadjar going to finish? He's quicker than Lawson, quicker than Schumacher. Quicker than Verstappen. Verstappen's not safe. Stroll improved. Behrman improved. Max is on the verge of elimination here. Lindblad is out. Bortoletto is out. Max is out as Ocon goes up to P6. Iwasa is out. What about Colapinto? Last one with a chance of escaping. Antonelli's out. And he sneaks through, and that knocks out Schumacher. So it's Mick Schumacher, Max Verstappen, Arvid Lindblad, Ayumu Iwasa, Kimi Antonelli, and Gabriel Bortoletto eliminated at the end of Q1. A couple of big scalps gone already. Into Q2, and look at that, we nailed it with Hadjar's car. Absolutely spot on. Not, excuse me, not so for Lewis. The roll bar needed to change. I felt something was off. Something that needed a substantial change. It was the roll bar. Damn it. I can't fix that. But 93 is still pretty good. So we'll take that from there. What is the water level right now? 4.01. Okay. We might change tyres as soon as we get out. We shall see. Let's stand by to pause. So we can check the forecast. Yeah, I think we will do 2 laps on the full wets. Yeah.
Four seconds. 3, 2, 1.
Damn it. Second I do that, it changes. All right, let's go with the inters. It dipped the second I'm like, yeah, I'm about to go out, and then it dipped down. Everyone else is going out on inters as well, by the look of it. So, first on track is Checo, our former driver from season 1. We bought out his final year so that we could bring in Hamilton. For season 2. And the whole field, apart from Sainz, is out on track right now. Where you at, Carlos? I wonder if he's doing a Kimmy and having an ice cream while everyone's running around wondering where he is. Nope, there he is. Finally makes it out just in time to get in the way of us. Thank you so much, Carlos.
Will be charge button off for last corner.
Gap is good. Okay, you're good to go.
That looks like I've got Piastri in front of Isaac. .31.1 for Perez. Hamilton goes 0.3 quicker. Piastri slightly slower, and Hadjar is the slowest of everybody. Terrible first sector for Hadjar. He lost half a second to Hamilton. Oh, and he has to lift for Sainz. I knew Sainz was going to get in the way. He got in the way of Hamilton as well. Look, Hamilton lost a second as well. God damn you, Carlos. Maybe he was just pissed at me for comparing him to Kimi. There are worse drivers to be compared to. Kimi's a former world champion. So, our first laps are not going to be good. But we are going to do another lap. Yeah, over a second slower.
What's for traffic?
Right, hopefully we can return the favour and royally screw up Sainz's lap here. Twice would be nice. One for each of my cars. Right, Piastri gets out of the way. Oh no, that was us. I guess a little bit held up there by Gasly.
Doing a good job on tires.
And Hamilton isn't going to
Traffic.
be in the way.
Mode push for last corner. Mode push.
Alright, back to Isaac.
Tire temps are good.
Who's going to have to deal with Sainz again at some point on his lap.
To go.
If he screws me over on this lap again, I'm going to be so pissed. Track has got slightly worse. It's going to get better, the track, so I'm not too concerned about our lap times on this run, but it would have been nice to have had at least something decent on the board. And Hamilton just went purple. He's on the wrong tyre, and yet he went purple. And Hadjar lost 0.6 of a second this time. And there's Sainz ready to screw over Hadjar yet again. This time he gets out of the way properly. Alright, across the line for Lewis Hamilton. And he goes P2.
So at the moment you have P2.
Very nice. Right, what sort of time can we get for Hadjar? As long as we can get off the bottom, that would be nice. I don't think we will. No, but we did halve our
E16.
deficit to Norris's time there.
Mode in, please. Mode in.
So, yeah, I definitely want to be on the track at the end of the session here. Oh, a little bit of a lock-up for Isaac. And that's eaten up some of his confidence.
Now,
Controlled it
watching the
reasonably
action
well. That could have been
closely,
really bad.
Everything's all right here. Well, you can see the lockup. By that point, it was just too late.
Could have gone flying into the gravel. I know you're talking about Hamilton. No, I think the only reason we're up there is A, Hamilton's supreme wet weather skill, and B, it was his second flying lap, so he already had built a base boost to his confidence. But I do think, had we not been held up, there was a very good chance we would have been top on that first run. Track's going to dry up though, so it's going to be out of that awkward period where it is right now, where it's, well, now it's definitely wet tyre territory, but before, when it was at 3.9, 3.99, That's that kind of weird crossover territory where it's probably better to be on wets, but inters are still pretty good, but it's not ideal conditions for either tyre.
Box area is
That's
very
when the wet
slippery.
weather drivers really, no, the wet weather, Supremos really come to the fore. We only got time for one lap. May as well go with brand new wets. It's a dry Grand Prix, so let's take out the cool down lap. So, we'll include the cool down lap on that. One flying lap of fuel. We'll try and time it so we can cross the line and do another one instead of an in lap. So I want to go out with around 4 minutes on the clock. Stroll leading the charge for the second runs. Actually, no, he's not. It's Perez leading the charge for the second runs. Colapinto out on track now as well. And the bastard. I've got to have a mortal enemy every season. Used to be Nico Hulkenberg back in the day. F1 Manager 2023. He was my nemesis. Did I deliberately time my pit exit to try and get in his way in turn one? Maybe.
And if you want, you can go to mode warm-up.
Yep.
Didn't work.
Reminder for brake temperature.
Tommy.
At least I can live in the knowledge that he's gone too early. And the track's going to continually get a little bit better while he's sat in the pits. Colapinto, quickest of everybody so far in that first sector. And the middle sector as well. Colapinto is flying right now.
And track is clear, track clear.
You watch Sainz get in the way on my lap again.
Charge button off for last corner. Charge button off.
Track will be clear. Load push and good to go.
Ha! Take that, Sainz. Colapinto just crapped all over you. King of Denmark, I think you called him. Oh, 29.7 from Ocon. That's quick. .2 for Hadjar again. He's down a couple of tenths, but only a couple of tenths this time. God damn it! Sainz, you're an utter bastard. Yeah, we have a new nemesis. It's Carlos Sainz. We are currently through, but Hadjar is definitely not safe. Tsunoda is flying right now. He's caught the back of one of the Williams BMWs. Not sure which one it is. Piastri goes top. It was Lawson. Tsunoda now goes top by a healthy margin. Hamilton and Hadjar both flying right now. Compared to their first run anyway. Almost identical in the sectors.
And just a reminder on garage. Okay.
You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of
Oh, both
battery.
cars should get through here.
Okay.
Hamilton goes 6th. Hadjar, can he knock out Charles Leclerc? Yes, he can. Leclerc, Ocon, Colapinto, Sainz. Ha ha ha! Sainz is out. Stroll and Perez are eliminated at the end of Q2, and we've got both of our cars through with a well-timed second lap into Q3. That was hard work, but at least we don't have to worry about Sainz in Q3. So, weather is showing a completely dry track. Whether it'll stay that way or not is anyone's guess. How high up the grid can we get? Let's pause for a second. Rain is coming. This is going to be a one and done qualifying, I think. I don't know when to go. Do I go first? Well, no, not really. Shouldn't do.
Green light.
Out goes Norris. There goes Tsunoda. Gasly. This is it. It's an all or nothing qualifying lap now.
Keep warming up the brakes.
Understood.
I did not expect to be out right on the gearbox like that of Lawson's BMW. I think it's Lawson in front of me. Yes, it is. All right. Do you think Tsunoda's got the pace for pole? We know how good that car is on paper, and Tsunoda, when he's on it, is blisteringly fast.
Track is clear. Track is clear. Start the lap.
You should have no traffic issues.
It's a 26.5 for Norris. 26.6 for Tsunoda. I'm a little worried about the dirty air here. Tsunoda has the edge in the middle sector. It's going to be so tight between him and Norris. Gasly enters the equation. Didn't have that one on my Melbourne bingo card. We should take purple here in the middle sector. It's a very short sector. Norris sets a 117.4. Tsunoda a 117.3, 96 thousandths of a second quicker. Gasly third. It's a very small margin as well. Piastri flying in the first sector on his lap. He's got completely clear traffic. There's nobody around him. Potential pole for Hamilton? I don't think so. But we should be up and near the front row. Russell goes top. Hamilton P5.
P5.
Quicker than Lawson, but only just. Hadjar only good enough for P9.
Understood.
So we have some drivers reporting very light rain. You're currently...
Oh, look at that. Piastri just takes pole at his home Grand Prix. Take a bow, son. Hell of a time to pull out a lap. P7 and P10. A little disappointing in the short term, but in the grand scheme of things, both cars in Q3 at the first round of the season. I'm very, very pleased with that. That gives us a really good starting base to work from for the Grand Prix itself. I don't know if Hadjar's going to make the points. Hamilton has got a good chance of making points. Long-term pace or long run pace, race distance pace, I don't know where we're going to be. I really don't. I'd like to think Hamilton's got enough to stay in the top 10.
So stop on the marks.
Maybe in 10th. There could be retirements. We could get caught up in some kind of weird collision. This is a circuit where you can have big crashes. And that, I think, is it for qualifying. Track is getting worse. I don't know if anyone else is going to be able to improve. What the hell, we may as well go out again, just in case. should have done this straight away. I don't think we're going to get an improvement. I think the track's going to be too wet.
We don't think we need any lift and coast.
Yeah.
Charge off.
Yep.
Oh man, it's 11 o'clock and we still haven't even started the race yet. This has been a hell of a long stream. Just past the 4-hour mark and we still got another hour and a half of racing to go. This is going to be a very long one. And I needed an early night tonight as well. Oh dear, that's not going to happen. Ah, damn, I just clicked off the screen. There we go.
Mode push, please.
All right. 0.2 mil on the track. I don't think we're going to improve. Not over a full lap.
What's that rain?
Hadjar's found a small improvement. The track's only going to get worse from here. Hamilton's found a little bit of improvement as well. We are improving. I did not expect this. I mean, Hadjar didn't have a great first lap, so not that surprised. There was no way Hamilton was going to improve in the middle sector without the slipstream he had before. What about the final sector, though? No dirty air this time. Could we actually improve our times? 0.3 mil on the track now. Here comes Hadjar up to the line. Took a 10th off his time. Stays in 10th. No improvement for Hamilton. Track's just too wet in the end. Ah, worth a try.
Be careful on traction.
Okay. We need to do the full.
So that's it.
on
No one
this
else
set.
is going to improve. Let's whiz through. Oh, we've got a red flag. Please don't
And
be.
red
Ah! Ran out of fuel. They both ran out of fuel. Well, one of them ran out of fuel and the other one stopped. Maybe because of that. Oh, God. I hope that hasn't just reset the weather for everybody. No, it hasn't. It's kept it the same. That's what it normally does. No one's going to go out. Oh, no, I'm wide awake. It's just I've got an appointment in the city tomorrow. Finally going for my sleep study appointment. I'll just be a little tired when I go. Mind you, I haven't been sleeping solidly for a while, so I don't think it'll be too much of an issue. I just might... I might have to start tomorrow's stream early. I might take tomorrow night off. I don't know. We'll see. Because I've got... I'll probably take tomorrow night off, actually, because I've got to have the equipment back the following morning. Quite early in the morning, so...
Well, the fans here are all set, every one of them eagerly awaiting the 58 laps of today's race.
Albert Park often seems to set teammate against teammate. From Hill and Villeneuve dueling for the 1996 win, to Bottas beating fellow Mercedes driver and pole sitter Hamilton to the win in 2019.
Albert Park is a deceptively easy track to learn, but it's just as easy to make a mistake around its walled sections and gravel traps. The street circuit is high downforce and just as heavy on brakes as it is on tyres. The teams are making their final preparations down in the pit lane, ahead of today's race.
Right, are there any changes to the grid? Anyone starting from the pit lane? Nope. So, strategy. I think we go with that, and then we've got flexibility to push where we need to. Or maybe stretch and switch to softs for the final stint. I'm not sure what Hadjar's tyre wear is going to be like. It's not as good as Hamilton's, but he should still get a good run on this setup here, I think. I'm going to put a lap of extra fuel in. Going to attack off the line. And there we go. We are set and prepped and ready. I'm going to create a save. Just in case, because we've been going for a while and I don't want the game to crash on me. Alright. The Australian Grand Prix is next.
Well then, it's not long until we get started here, and we should be in for a tightly contested race.
They won't be comfortable back there in 18. This will be a real test for the driver and the car.
So let's see what today has in store, shall we? Brace yourselves for the Australian Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away
It's
we
another
go.
good start off the line for Hamilton. Already past Gasly. Can we get Behrman? Nope. Ah, we get pushed wide. No, no. God damn it. And Ocon's got a run on Hadjar. And now Hadjar gets pushed off. Ah. Max down to P19. Lindblad got past him. Max trying to retake the position. Oh, Yuki deserved that penalty. That was egregious.
Let's see what happens.
His weaving on the
Now we're
track there. That was
watching Esteban Ocon.
ridiculous.
They decide to give it a go.
And Ocon just up the inside and through. I mean, we've seen the dry weather pace
And they
of
move
that
into
Aston
ninth.
so far, and I was expecting that.
DRS enabled.
Right, let's calm the tyres down.
Ocon in front.
So 1 in, 1 out when it comes to the points. Let's cool the tyres down because they're still heating.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Got Leclerc right behind us. Sainz down in 14th place,
Cool your tyres.
where he belongs.
Cool your tyres.
Damn cars. I think we've missed the DRS. Oh no, we just got it. But I don't think we're going to keep it. Not unless we can really close up in the braking zone. Hadjar having a look at Hamilton.
Please.
Yep.
Charge on.
Copy.
And just a reminder on DRS. Charge button on.
Oh, no, 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 no. That's it, push Charles off. Sainz is visible. And we've been dropped entirely. We can turn our tyre pace back up again now. And Hadjar is having another look. And this time he's going to get through.
Charge on.
Yeah, copy.
Charge button on. Charge button on.
Understood.
I don't mind them racing each other like this as long as they don't do anything stupid. Because it is going to give them confidence boosts. We're up to a little bit under peak confidence now. Hamilton needs a bit more of a boost because he's only gone backwards so far. And that might be about to change.
Charge button on.
Yep.
Charge on.
I don't know which one of them is going to get the DRS here. It's going to be tight between them. It's Hadjar. That's good. We are very much forming a rolling roadblock here. That's okay. I'm using it to build the confidence levels of my drivers, rebuild their batteries. I mean, it's not a massive improvement on the confidence. Again, we're still running that adjustment mod, so it only goes up to like a maximum of +3s rather than the +8s. But it all adds up.
And we need to increase tire management.
So, in terms of tyres, quite a few people starting on the softs. So let's look at who's on the mediums. Norris, Behrman, Gasly, Ocon, Leclerc behind us. Verstappen, Lindblad, Antonelli and Stroll are the other medium runners. We've got 2 on hards. We've got he who should not be named and Ayumu Iwasa on the hard tyres.
Yeah.
Some say if you say number 55's name 3 times in the mirror, he appears right in front of your car and hits the brakes, ruining your outlap. No, ruining your push lap.
You are good to go. Mode push.
Yeah.
Charge on.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if we can get him through
Mode to push, please.
so we can continue to build Hamilton. Ah, Leclerc gets through. Damn it. Ah, and here comes Colapinto.
Remember, long way to go in this race.
Thankfully, Colapinto running a little wide himself through 3 there.
Car behind is Stroll.
Here's the replay. Now this is
We
where
might
the
catch the end of that.
drivers involved. It's certainly inviting.
Oh, no, he didn't go wide. Oh, no, he just... I must have been looking at the wrong car. I thought we'd got ahead of him again.
He has DRS.
All right, Hadjar's tyres overheating again.
Get those tyres temperatures down.
Yeah.
Colapinto now gets past Charles Leclerc. Colapinto is going to be a real dark horse this season. We're going to have to keep an eye on him. As he's closing in on Hamilton here. He's thinking about a move up the inside. Oh, and Hadjar gets through. Hamilton holds off Colapinto for now.
Really good.
But he's going to lose the position. Oh, no. Swoops around the outside. Great commitment there from Hamilton to hold the position. And here, here comes Hadjar.
He does have DRS on you.
And this time I think this is going to be a straight overtake here from Colapinto. Yeah, nose ahead. Oh, no. Hamilton swoops around the outside again. Got a yellow flag. Behrman is off. Running wide at turn 3.
Now we should be able to take a look here. Now look, here we head into turn 2. And the car just locks. And they ended up their own passenger.
Some good avoiding action from Alex Albon there. Or was it Lawson? Might have been Lawson. I'm guessing it was probably Lawson, actually. I think that gap there is where Behrman was. So with the removal of the tyre mod, we go back to the defaults of the game with tyres, which means that the AI can't push at whatever pace they want without fear of overheating their tyres. It does mean that if they get stuck in dirty air like this, then we can cook their tyres a bit, which is what's happening to Colapinto potentially. But it also means that they can go a lot longer on each set of tyres than we saw with the mod, where we would have had half a dozen people, if not more, in the pits already by now.
And more energy available.
Let's turn up the pace a little bit now.
Through turn 6 and turn 12.
Engine temps are a little high, so let's
Mode push.
turn down the braking zone push
And we need to increase lift and
for
boost
Isaac,
by 30%.
so we can just cool that engine a little bit. And let's see if we can create a little bit of a breakaway, group here. And Behrman's into the pits. That lockup might have done some serious damage to... Oh, he's on mediums. Yeah, maybe he did some serious damage with that lockup. Going on to hard tyres. He might have had a lot of thermal deck from being in the dirty air as well. Track temperature at 39 degrees. And it is a hot day. We were warned that tyres might overheat. And Charles Leclerc has a lunge at Hadjar, but has to back out of it.
P9. Next guy in front is Ocon.
And we are starting to stretch the pack a little bit.
Charge button on.
You are P11. Car behind Leclerc.
And no sooner did we stretch the pack that it closed back up again. Right, when are we stopping? Lap 16.
Okay, charge on.
Copy.
Very tempted to go for an undercut here. We'll put a little bit more pressure on Hadjar tyre-wise. I think we can get away with it. I can always go with a set of hard tyres, potentially. Let's see. If we were to box him onto a set of hard tyres in a couple of laps' time, we could do that. What about if we finished on a set of softs as well? No, mediums does seem to be the better option. Let's go with that.
Let's get after these cars in front. Charge on.
Copy.
We'll keep pacing Hamilton with a view to maybe finishing on a set of softs instead of another set of mediums. Oh wow, there's a little flurry of activity in front of us in the pits. Lawson getting held. That didn't help him at all.
1.5 seconds behind.
Ah, God damn it, we got pushed wide again by another Ferrari. What is it with Ferraris ganging up on me today? Maybe it's because I cancelled my engine contract with Ferrari now that we have our own engine. Maybe that's the reason why they are messing with us.
Charge on.
Copy.
Oh wow, it's Perez right behind me.
We'll box this lap, please.
I didn't get Hamilton from them. Hamilton had already left. He'd already gone out of contract. They'd already signed Sainz to replace Hamilton. Hamilton was going into free agency. Don't forget, I signed him in December. They'd already confirmed Sainz long before I made an approach. Oh, Perez comes in at the same time as us, so this is going to be our first pit crew battle.
We believe it will be soon.
Understood.
It's a 2.3 second stop. It's not amazing, but it should be quick enough to get us ahead. It is. Yeah, like I said, it must be because we're no longer using Ferrari's engine suppliers now that we have our own engine. And we get out just in front of Stroll. Let's get these tyres fired up quickly. Ah, damn it.
Stroll now behind you.
Stroll now in front of you. That's the downside to hard tyres, they take a while to fire up.
Lift and coast is necessary.
Copy.
At least we've got the DRS. And now I'm hoping that Hamilton will play spoiler and back the pack up a little bit. Leclerc's into the pits.
Mode push.
Yep.
That's a good stop. Colapinto gets past Hamilton. Can we beat
Right,
Leclerc
let's
out?
concentrate.
No, we can't. He's going to get
Behind
comfortably
have
clear.
Sainz.
Look how far back we felt. We're going to get jumped here as well. Just about held him back. Stroll's going after Leclerc.
Tyre temps look good.
Yeah.
Charge button on.
Understood.
And Stroll gets in front of Charles Leclerc.
And charge button
Hamilton
on.
gets back in front of Colapinto as Yuki Tsunoda hits the pits.
You are doing a good job. At the moment you are P6. P6. Leclerc in front is Albon.
Let's take a look at the replay. Here we are then at the 11th corner.
Even in this view, that livery looks stunning on that Maserati.
And Lewis says, thank you very much.
And Lindblad squeezes ahead of Yuki Tsunoda.
We need to reduce K1 usage.
Yeah.
Charge on.
Copy.
Colapinto's in the pits, so I was wondering where he was.
You are doing a good job on tires. Keep it like this.
One more lap.
And we need to increase pushing status.
Having to defend pretty hard here from Perez.
And box now, box.
Ooh, look at all that traffic.
The box is up.
Lawson looking to go around the outside of Albon. Albon having none of it.
And charge button on.
Yep.
Now this was at turn 3. The gap opens up for them.
Well, we defended nicely on the inside at turn 2.
And up
But,
they go
then we
to
just
17th.
got out of position. Chance for Hadjar to top his battery back up, though.
Charge on.
Yes.
Piastri into the pits from the lead. Another set of soft tyres going on for Oscar. And we've done a really good job for him of holding everybody up. Made his life much easier today. Set of mediums on. It's a 2.3 second stop. We're being held for for Lindblad. Antonelli gets through now. Yeah, I think the first half of the season is going to be rough for Hadjar.
Watch for traffic.
I think he's going to get picked off a lot. But I think hopefully in the second half of the season, once he's had time to bed into our new level 4 sim, we'll start to see some good improvement out of him.
Behind we have Sainz. Gap to him 2.0. Energies.
Antonelli's already breezed past Perez as well.
Charge on, please.
Yeah.
Charge on.
Oh, look, he's behind Lewis.
He has DRS.
Right, we're up to speed with those tyres.
Need to do more lift and coast. Please increase by 10%.
Yes.
And we need you to take care of the tires.
So, lap 19, Gasly leads from Norris. They're side by side. Neither of them have stopped yet. Piastri in third, the first of the cars to have stopped. Only 12.5 seconds back and closing quickly. So he is the net race leader right now, with Tsunoda and Ocon technically second and third, as in comes Lando Norris. Set of hard tyres going on. Nice smooth stop there. Huge wave of traffic stuck behind Ocon. Piastri sets the new fastest lap. Tsunoda goes through. Norris will get out in front of Esteban Ocon, who's being chased down by Verstappen, Behrman, Albon, Russell and Lawson. Colapinto is behind me but pushing. Target is 18th or higher for my drivers. It won't be a problem for Lewis, but I am a little concerned for Hadjar.
Sainz behind with DRS.
Ocon gets past Norris. Max is into the pits. I didn't realise Max hadn't stopped yet.
So deployed.
So this is going to bring him out behind both of my cars, I think. Yep. He's going to be just ahead of Arvid Lindblad.
Do your best. You can do this.
Yeah.
sign behind with DRS.
I've got a Wasser behind me pushing hard as well.
Next car in front is Schumacher.
Schumacher and Wasser side by side. That doesn't leave me any room to have a lunge.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Oh, there's an opportunity. And we have to go around the outside. There's no room there.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do.
Continue, keep going. Charge button on.
It's like Colapinto's trying to push the pace. We've got some battery to play about with, so let's use it. Let's push the braking zone as
Mode
well.
push, please. Mode push.
Yeah, yeah.
You can save less.
Yeah, okay.
High-speed management is very good.
And Max has got past sights. I'm barely hanging on to Colapinto right now with Isaac. Max having a little sniff at the back of Hamilton's car. Thinks better of it. Gasly still hasn't stopped. He must be going for a one-stop.
Charge on.
Yep.
Is my leaderboard a free mod? Yes, it is. It's on overtake.gg. There is a link to it in the video description down below.
You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of battery.
All right, we have an opportunity to get past Schumacher now.
I need more power.
Race is long.
And push. No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
And here comes Verstappen. Oh, come on. There's not enough grip in the corners, not enough downforce to be able to complete the overtakes, it seems.
Verstappen behind with DRS.
Not without pushing the tyres. Don't really want to do that with the temperatures the way they are.
Charge button on.
Understood.
And Piastri has caught and passed Gasly, who still hasn't stopped. So he must be going for that one stop. As Sainz makes a move up the inside of Verstappen.
Continue like this.
I don't think he'll be able to hold the move, though. He didn't. All right, this time.
Use the energy.
Yep.
There we go. We are through.
And charge button on.
So we can leave Hamilton to his own devices for a little while.
Let's have a look at that. Now, we're with Lewis Hamilton here. The opportunity's there.
Managed to stay alongside through 2 this time, which gave us the chance to leapfrog him into 3 with battery and DRS. And we should have enough pace to keep him behind and hopefully close the gap in front now. So let's turn our attention back to Hadjar. Coming under immense pressure from Iwasa. And Gasly finally hits the pits. Just a couple of laps shy of the halfway point. Set of hard tyres. It's a nice smooth stop. Where's he going to feed out? There's a big train of traffic coming. And he's going to get out just in front of it, but will he stay in front of it? This is the question. As Behrman goes around the outside of Leclerc there. Beautiful move. Again, we're just about hanging on to the DRS. Hamilton's gaining time in the first sector, but he's losing it in the middle sector because he doesn't have DRS. And we're out of spare fuel.
And we need some lift and go.
Yep.
Charge on.
Yes.
Let's try and squeeze a little bit of battery in the car if we can. Antonelli, not the quickest at the moment. I'm looking to see where the bottleneck is. It's possibly Behrman and Leclerc fighting, but slowing down the cars in front. We are gaining on them. Or rather, Colapinto's gaining on them, and we're just hanging on to the back of Colapinto.
And you can use all the boost bar.
And tires are good to push.
Go back to doing lifting coast now.
Yeah.
Again, that gap's come down again by another 1.5 seconds. 3.2 the gap now. I think I just saw the back of Antonelli's car flick round this corner.
He has DRS. Charge on.
Yeah.
New fastest lap for Lando Norris, 119.4. Immediately beaten by Gasly by the tiniest of margins, exactly 100th of a second. Hadjar having a little look at the inside, but does not commit to it.
No worries, mate.
Hamilton's starting to close back in again. Thanks to our tyre push. Trying to see if I can break away from Schumacher as well. We've almost managed it. Antonelli's got ahead of Stroll. He's up to 12th now.
A long way to go.
Colapinto's driving very defensively. And we have dropped Schumacher comfortably now. All right, let's see if we can punch through.
Load push.
Yeah.
And the answer is just yes.
Might need to pick up the pace a little bit. Suggests that you can reduce the amount of lift and coast at turn 1.
Yeah.
And now all that battery that we've been saving, we're going to splurge it to try and close it to Stroll and Behrman. Antonelli up to 11th now. We're just past the halfway point. Oscar leads by 7 seconds from Yuki Tsunoda. Norris 3rd, Ocon 4th. And it's Albon from Gasly, Russell, Lawson, Leclerc, Perez. Returning to the grid is back in the points. Then it's Kimi Antonelli from Oliver Behrman, Lance Stroll, Isaac Hadjar in 14th place. Who we are watching right now as Russell hits the pits. Then Colapinto, Iwasa and Hamilton. Stroll into the pits as well now. That's a quick stop for Russell. Russell rejoins right behind his teammate. I have not been able to close the gap up yet, but one of the cars that I was chasing did disappear.
But a long way to go in this
Haven't
race.
been able to drop Colapinto, and I don't know if Iwasa has been dropped from the back of Colapinto either. Let's see if his rear wing opens here. Yes, it does. So he was just in range. Almost onto Behrman, which is good because I'm pretty much out of battery now. Ocon's into the pits.
All right, let's concentrate.
So is Liam Lawson.
We need to reduce K1 usage.
And Colapinto is in.
Charge on.
Yeah.
Bad stop. Well, not a bad stop for Lawson, but being held. Not the best of stops there for Colapinto. Well, that takes a little bit of pressure off. Hadjar has got a little bit of breathing room now. It's good because I can turn those tyres. Actually, no, let's leave the tyres on that level of push. We'll turn the fuel down.
And we need to increase lift and coast by 30%.
Hamilton's lining up Iwasa.
Continue, keep going.
He's actually pushing onto the back of Isaac. I wonder if Iwasa's about to box or if he's just pushing to close up. He has closed up, unfortunately. He gets his rear wing open.
Energies are good.
Understood.
And chat button on.
Another round of pit stops to come. We're getting very close to Hamilton's scheduled stop.
Race is long.
But I am going to amend the strategy onto a set of softs. Nearly had a look. In comes Albon.
Continue like this.
And Checo. And Charles Leclerc. Hard tyres going on. Hard tyres there as well. And I think hards for Leclerc. Yes, hards for Leclerc as well. Going for a set of mediums for Isaac, so that will hopefully give him a little bit of a grip advantage. Oh, that was tight. Nearly getting sideswiped by Stroll there. Colapinto at the back of the grid after that slow pit release. Oh, and here comes Ocon. Flying up to the back of us.
So increase pushing status. Use DRS.
Understood. Can't get much quicker. You can push from now.
Yeah, okay.
All right, looks like Iwasa did not get the DRS this time. Here's a look for Lewis. Comfortably through. Iwasa drifts off line a little bit and then back in front of Ocon, and that will slow Ocon down briefly. Ocon just goes completely around the outside of him. Oscar into the pits from the lead.
Behind we have Ocon.
Has to be a set of mediums or hards here. He's gone soft. He's going for mediums. A little slow on the release. Tsunoda coming in. Mediums for him. And we have a yellow flag. Oh, it's a crash. Oh! And contact with Lawson as well there.
Safety car, safety car. Charge on.
That has worked out.
Stay as close as you can to 0 on the delta.
Not great for getting Hadjar in. I don't think. No, he's already missed it. Look, potentially's gone round. All right, well, we can get Lewis in. I wonder. I wonder whether or not I should try and go with a set of softs for Hadjar. It's slower. Yeah. We'll stick to the original plan. And let's see what the hell happened. Oh, it's a red flag. It's a full red flag. Oof. Yeah, I can see why that's a red flag.
I couldn't do anything, honestly.
That was a huge, huge impact.
And you can just feel the frustration from the team watching on the monitors.
Big, big, heavy hit. So we're 6th and 7th. I'm going to have a lot of spare fuel. I'm going to stick with my choice of soft tyres for Hamilton. And I'm going to stick with my choice of medium tyres for Isaac. No, I am going to go softs. That was a monster hit.
The restart is moments away as the race continues.
We've got both cars back in the top 10.
It's lights out, and away we go.
And we need to... oh, wow, look at that. 4 kilos of spare fuel. That's a lot.
No lead off needed. You are doing a good job.
So, Schumacher getting a huge penalty there, 10 seconds. That's a 6th place penalty. It's a little harsh. He was kind of a passenger. I mean, he went off, but then when he bounced back on the track, there was nothing he could do, you know, to avoid hitting Bortoletto. He was completely a passenger by that point.
Just do your best.
Or was it Bortoletto who went out, hit Schumacher, who then hit the Williams? I'm not sure. But either way, yeah, Schumacher's got 2 penalties out of that, which feels a little harsh.
Charge on.
Yeah.
Track temperature's dropped quite dramatically as well. It's 30.5 degrees. It's about 9 degrees. Well, maybe not 9 degrees, but
DRS enabled.
certainly cooler than it was earlier. I'm thinking maybe of qualifying temperatures.
Car behind is Albon. There's progress to be made.
Got a bit of a task on our hands here to survive 20 laps on these tyres and not fall off the cliff.
He
But I
does
think we
have
can do it.
DRS on you.
Charge button on, charge button on.
Yep.
Charge on.
Okay.
New fastest lap for Oscar Piastri, who's lost his lead to Lando Norris. Gasly is up on the podium. Wow, that's worked out beautifully for Gasly. And Antonelli's now 5th.
Hamilton 0.4.
It's worked out nicely for him as well. Colapinto all the way down in 20th with Sainz 19th. Leclerc down in 16th. This has been a horrible race for Ferrari. It's not been that much better for McLaren. Bortoletto's out. Defending world champion Russell down in 15th place. No points from McLaren on the board today, as things currently stand anyway.
He has DRS. So mode push.
Yeah.
Do your best.
Let's see if we can leapfrog past Hamilton to get back. Well, actually, no. The train has suddenly closed right back up, look.
This focus is a long race. Charge on.
Okay.
And more energy available.
Oh, track temperature's plummeting. Look at this. 27.5 degrees.
Albon behind. Remember, long way to go in this race.
And charge button on, charge button on.
Understood.
You are currently P7. And Albon behind you. Albon 0.6 behind.
Gasly's up to 2nd.
A long way to go.
Tsunoda gets past Antonelli again, having lost the place.
No worries, mate.
We have lost a little bit of ground again.
Charge on.
Okay.
Might have another crack
Alright,
at
let's concentrate.
jumping Hadjar past Hamilton here.
Mode push.
Yep.
Tsunoda and Antonelli having a right old scrap over P4 at the moment.
Car behind is Albon.
Hamilton just does not want to let him through, does he? All right, well, let's see if we can use that
Charge on.
to protect the tyres even more. Ocon trying to get through on Alex Albon. It's rare to see an overtake through there. And Albon holds the position in the end. And Ocon's lost a lot of momentum. He's about to get overtaken himself. Potentially. Holds Verstappen behind. It's moving all the way down the order at the moment.
Behind. He's 0.5 behind.
Once again, we are kind of causing a little bit of a traffic jam. New fastest lap for Yuki Tsunoda, who has pushed to try and get away from Antonelli. Can't drop him at the moment. .15 laps to go. I'm hopeful that our tyres will be in better shape for the last few laps. I don't think we'll be able to really push forward much further than this. But this would be an amazing start to the season for us if we could finish 6th and 7th like this. Trying to use Hamilton's dirty air to keep some extra tyre temp
Keep it like this.
in Hadjar so that we can really protect his tyres. Oh, and this is risky. We might see a Williams go around the outside of us. We did. Damn it. I'm going to have to turn the tyres up.
We've got Ocon behind. Just pick up the pace.
Looks like Alonso in Qatar holding up the field. Ah, damn it. I was thinking more Petrov or Alonso in Monaco.
So slow.
Continue like this.
Right, tyre temps have dipped too much. Track temperature is so low compared to what it was earlier.
Continue.
And I'm going to have Ocon all over my backside.
Charge on.
Understood.
Charge on.
Yeah, okay.
There's Max, new fastest lap for Charles Leclerc, 1:17.6. As he tries to make his way back into the points. Max currently holding that final points position
Yeah.
with Iwasa right up his backside.
race is long.
We need to manage these tires, okay?
Slow down now.
Yeah.
Piastri and Gasly are fighting over the lead.
Start button
Is
on,
Gasly
start
in
button
really in
on.
contention to win the opening round of the season? That would be something. Nissan's first race on the grid could net them a win. That would be a dream start. And a touch undeserved because Piastri hasn't really put a foot wrong. But that red flag has ruined his gap that he had over the rest of the field.
Car behind is Ocon.
Temperature is still falling. It's 24 degrees now.
DRS enabled. Ocon has it.
So deployed.
And try to increase pushing status.
Mode push.
Ah, damn it. Yeah. I can see that coming a mile off.
Right, so this was the fourth corner. The opportunity begging to be taken.
Soon as he got pushed wide there by Ocon, I could see Ocon diving up the inside, and I had a horrible feeling we might get pushed wide and lose ground. I didn't think we'd almost come to a stop like that, but I knew we would lose a little bit of ground. And now we're in real danger of being dropped out of the points entirely.
Charge on.
Managed to hold Leclerc back.
Take care of the tires.
Love to get both cars in the points. 10 laps to go. I'm concerned about tyres.
He has DRS. Car behind it's Leclerc. There's progress to be made.
We're not closing the gap back up either.
Car behind is Ocon.
Take care of the tires.
Yep.
It's getting close. It's getting feisty. Ooh, crash behind. That looks like Behrman going into the back of someone.
Safety car deployed. Safety car deployed.
It was. I'm not sure who he hit. I think it was a Willie. No, it was his teammate. Oh, he hit his teammate. That's the cardinal rule of Formula One. Never hit your teammate. All right, well, this makes things interesting.
Game over.
We've got some cars boxing. Both Ferraris are boxed. Colapinto is boxed.
So there was a crash.
Is he okay?
I'm not sure if there's enough laps to
Looks like
justify it.
everyone is okay. Watch for the debris on the main
And
straight.
having burnt off some of that spare fuel, we're now going to pick up a ton of it again. And the opportunity to box is long gone for everybody who did not box immediately because the safety cars already picked us up. Let's see if we come in at the end of this lap.
You are now P10. Next car is Verstappen. Car behind is Lawson.
5-second
laps to
penalty
go at the
for
end of this
Oliver
one.
Behrman. Looks like Perez has got a penalty as well. We're going at least another lap. Yeah, it doesn't mention the penalties on there. No, he doesn't have a penalty according to this. Ah, no, I'm looking at the wrong symbol. Yeah, that's just retired. Yeah, 5-second penalty, so 3-place grid penalty for the feature race, the main race at Jeddah.
He puts you P10.
A reminder, Mick has that double penalty, so 6-place grid penalty for Jeddah. And the Ferraris is definitely going to be a threat to us, not to the win. Maybe not to Lewis, but certainly to Hadjar. The Ferraris are going to be a bit of a threat. And potentially Colapinto as well. They've all slapped on a brand new, all three of them slapped on a brand new set of soft tyres. So they should theoretically have quite a grip advantage over the cars just in front of them. Are we going to get back underway? I wouldn't mind another lap behind the safety car, try and get more battery into Hadjar. Gasly slipped to third. Lap 51 of 58. Looks like we are going to go another lap. And that's good for 2 counts. 1 for the battery and 2 for the tyres. So assuming the safety car comes in at the end of this lap we're starting now, at the end of lap 52, we will have 6 racing laps Oscar leads from Yuki Tsunoda, Gasly third, then it's Norris from Antonelli. Alex Albon is in P6, Hamilton in 7th, Ocon P8, Max in 9th, Hadjar hanging on in 10th for that final point at the moment, with Liam Lawson behind, who does appear to have some damage. Let's see if we can see what it is. It's not wing damage, so he must have damaged his underfloor then. Then it's Iwasa in 12th, Lindblad is 13th, Russell, the defending champion, in 14th place, with Lance Stroll 15th, 16th for Leclerc, 17th for Sainz, and 18th for Franco Colapinto, who does not deserve to be down there because he has been electric today. And has just been caught out with some pretty bad luck to end up all the way down there. Still no word from the safety car. Are we going another lap? Normally it lets you know at the end of the second sector, which is here. So, yeah, we're going another lap by the look of it. Occasionally you do get really late call-ins, but we're doing another lap. So we're down to 5 potential racing laps now. So much fuel on board, our cars are going to be so heavy, but we'll have full batteries on both cars now. Tyres will have less work to do.
Six laps to go.
You need to keep the cars behind you.
I don't know if I can keep Ocon behind me, but I'd like to think I can get past Albon. Of course, we have no idea the condition of anyone else's tyres apart from Leclerc, Sainz and Colapinto. We know those tyres were new at the start of this safety car period. So I don't know if we have a major grip advantage or not. We've got enough grip to get us to the end of the race. This is whether we've got enough grip to actually get any overtakes in. Realistic racing makes it very hard to break out of the DRS trains like this. And even without DRS trains, this circuit's very hard to overtake if you don't have a great car. Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap. We are about to get underway again.
No management on the tyres required.
So we need to push.
Mode push.
Yeah.
You've got the pace.
Yeah. Copy.
Right. Waiting for Oscar to make the break. There he goes. No overtaking till we cross the start-finish line.
Five laps to go.
Car in front of you is Verstappen. Do your best.
Could push the tyres, but I really don't want to do that if I can get away with it.
What about tyres?
I might have to, though.
Charge button on.
Yep.
Come on, Isaac, you can hang on for that final point.
Okay, let's get on it. Still open
Lindblad
to
gets
play
past Iwasa up into 12th.
DRS enable. And 4 laps to go.
Colapinto gets past Stroll. Stroll drops to the back of the grid.
Lawson behind you.
Here comes Ocon.
Just do your best. Charge on.
He's too far back to have a look.
Car behind is Ocon. Alright, let's concentrate. Three laps to go.
Can we squeeze another place out of Hamilton here? Oh, maybe. Oh, I thought Albon was going to give us a window there. He might still give us an opportunity.
Tyre phase update.
Not quite.
There
There is. Starting to wear.
And Norris has dropped off the back of Gasly. Antonelli is all over him trying to find a way through. And that pressure that he's putting on his teammate has caused him to lose the DRS to Gasly. Piastri and Tsunoda are going at it for the lead.
Behind we have Ocon.
Oh, look at the carnage. I say the carnage. Look at how tight it is. There's an opportunity here.
Keep going.
We take it.
Use the energy.
Can we pick off the McLaren, the Mercedes cars?
You can push.
We haven't had a whoop
Now we can
this
see
season.
what happened. Now we're watching.
And we're not
the
going to get one here
action
either.
closely.
But we
There's
will
the
get an
opening,
in-car view of that overtake.
and that puts them in 6th.
And that's 8 points for Lewis.
Norris in front. Race is long. 2 laps to go.
Yep.
Charge on.
Oh, this is tight.
And we need
This
to
is
look
very
after
tight.
these tires.
It is a 3-car breakaway at the front. The the Mercedes drivers are not close enough to have a look. Norris is barely hanging on under the pressure from Hamilton here.
You are doing a good job on tires. Keep it like this. And you can use all the boost bar.
Can we hold off Ocon? Norris is out of range.
So in front we have Norris.
Hadjar now is at risk as well. He's dropped out of DRS range. Oh, come on, Isaac. You can hang on, please. Hang on.
And last lap.
Hamilton trying to go side by side. Can we complete the move? No, we can't. Second bite at the cherry. Into turn 3. No, and we're going to lose to place. Ah! Damn it. Ocon's got us. And I think that's all she wrote for us now.
Behind we have Albon.
I don't think we're going to be able to get back past Ocon.
Can you go mode?
That Aston is a scary fast car this year. Speaking of, can Tsunoda steal the win from Oscar here on the dying corners of the last lap? This is his last opportunity here. He sticks the car out into the inside line, can't complete the move. Piastri's going to hold on. Hamilton couldn't get back through. Hadjar has just about been able to hold on. It's going to be a double points finish. It's not going to be quite the result I was hoping for. After we got 6th and almost took 5th. In the end, trying to take 5th actually cost us 6th. 7th place for Lewis Hamilton. 10th place for Isaac Hadjar.
What a masterclass drive from Pierre Gasly today.
Definitely a well-deserved podium. You've got to say their race strategy was very good indeed.
The team has been waiting patiently there, and you can see just how much it means to each and every one of them. The man from down under, Oscar Piastri, heads up to our podium.
That gives them their first win of the season, and it was really well-deserved.
Well, it wasn't exactly a walk in the park, but it was a thrilling weekend here for us all at the Australian Grand Prix. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
It was a strangely mixed weekend for them. We saw one driver put in a strong performance, but it was a different story for the other. Definitely positives there, though.
And that's about that for this weekend here in Melbourne.
The teams now look ahead to the next round, where they'll duel it out in the sand dunes of Saudi Arabia.
So, confirmation then of the final result. It is a win, a home win for Oscar Piastri. Yuki Tsunoda takes 2nd in a very, very fast Aston. And what a debut for Nissan, getting a podium at on their first attempt. Fantastic result for them. Look at Antonelli finishing 4th, up 17 places, started on the back row and came home to finish in 4th. Ahead of his teammate Lando Norris. Ocon finishing in 6th place to make it a really strong points afternoon for Aston. Hamilton in 7th. Hadjar in 10th. They started and finished in the same places, albeit with a lot of fluctuation in between, but that's a fantastic result for us. Off and running. Albon takes 8th place. Max up 9 places in the end to finish in 9th as well. A bit further down the order, it's Liam Lawson in 11th place ahead of Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz. Lindblad in 14th, 15th for Colapinto. Disappointing result considering how scary fast he was looking in the first stint. He is going to be one to watch this season, is old Franco. I think he could be a real contender for regular points finishes. Iwasa in 16th. George Russell, a nightmare debut for McLaren. Not a good race for him at all. Then in 18th place at the back of the grid, Lance Stroll. We had 4 retirements, both Haas drivers colliding. Behrman locking up badly into Perez and taking both cars out. Shocking result for Haas there, and huge mistake from Ollie Behrman. And then Mick Schumacher and Bortoletto coming together with a massive off at turn 9, turn 10. It's bouncing off the barriers, skidding back across the track and collecting the other car there. Massive accident that brought out a red flag. Let's see what it's done to the driver's standings. It's exactly as it was for the finishing order. But across the sprint, actually, it's going to be different, isn't it? Because we had a sprint as well. Oscar takes the race win. It was Antonelli who took the sprint win, so he's second overall with 20 points. Yuki Tsunoda is third on 18. Norris fourth with 17. Gasly in fifth place with that strong podium finish there, ahead of former teammate Esteban Ocon. Hamilton has 8 points, thanks to finishing in 7th place in the sprint as well. And then it's Alex Albon with 5 points, Charles Leclerc with 5 points, Colapinto with 3 points. Max has 2. Hadjar, the last of the scorers, in 12th with 1 point. Then it's Lawson, Sainz, Lindblad, Iwasa, Russell, Stroll, Perez, Behrman, Schumacher, and Bortoletto. Constructor standings look like this: 37 points for Mercedes, 33 points for Red Bull, 30 points for Aston. No monster start for Mercedes this year, where they immediately sprint a mile clear. It's pretty close at the top. Nissan in 4th place have 15 points. We are currently in 5th place with 9 points. Then it's BMW Williams in 6th, ahead of Ferrari in 7th. Both teams on 5 points. 3 points for Maserati. Then it's Audi from McLaren and Haas at the bottom. In the pit stop challenge, we did not make the leaderboard. What was our best stop? They were both 2.3 second stops. So we were a couple of tenths away from getting on the leaderboard today. Russell got the quickest stop, and Bortoletto 4th, means it's a good afternoon for McLaren in this competition. Aston taking 2nd and 7th. Mercedes in 3rd. Maserati taking 5th. Ferrari 6th and 8th. Nissan 9th. Haas in 10th. Let's see what the leaderboard looks like. It is 37 points and top for McLaren, 24 points for Aston in 2nd, then Mercedes with 15, Ferrari with 12, Maserati in 5th with 10 points, Nissan have 2, Haas have 1 in 7th, then it's Red Bull from Williams, Cadillac and Audi. Both of our drivers achieved their sponsor targets, 1.95 mil added to the bank, and that should hopefully go away towards funding our next round of upgrades, or at the very least building an extra side pod and chassis, because we don't have any spares of those yet. So let's take a look at the standings in a bit more style, shall we? There we go. We have our results here. You can see the total race time, 1 hour, 20 minutes and 0.559 seconds. Then we have Tsunoda and Gasly as our top 3. Driver of the day, Kimi Antonelli, 14 overtakes, 11 defense, gained 17 positions. Absolutely deserved to be driver of the day there. Top performers were Esteban Ocon, Verstappen, Lindblad and Gasly. I do feel that Colapinto maybe deserved to be on there. We've got the fastest lap for Charles Leclerc. It does not, unfortunately, show us the sprint results in this app. It only shows us the race results. There are the current driver standings. Actually, no, that was the starting grid, wasn't it? That was the race results. So these are the current standings. You can see the top 3 drivers and then the top 3 teams there with everybody else below. And we have ourselves a lovely table here, so we can see first place there, and then third in the sprint, and also got pole position for the race as well. Antonelli getting the win in the sprint and 4th in the Grand Prix. There is our calendar for the full season. 20 Grand Prix. We have sprints at 10 of these races. We've had the first one. There's another one here in Saudi Arabia. Then we'll go to Abu Dhabi, Japan. I think we've got a sprint in China as our next sprint after that. And then with Singapore, Azerbaijan. Then into Europe for the Spanish Grand Prix, Monaco, Austria, Silverstone, Spa, the Hungaroring. Then we go to Monza, Imola. And then we go to North America for Canada. The Texas Grand Prix at COTA. And then Vegas before we head down south a little bit into Central America for Brazil and South America. Central America for Mexico and South America for the Brazilian Grand Prix to end the season. And there are the dates of the calendar. So here are the sprints. We've got a sprint in Saudi Arabia. Then we go to Baku for the next sprint after that. We've got one in Spain as well. Silverstone and Spa, back-to-back sprints there. We've got another one here at Monza. And then we also have sprints in Canada, Vegas, and Mexico. And there are our current driver lineups. I am going to try and get driver photos added in for this. I need to change the team numbers as well. That should be 47, not 78. We do not have anything changed for next season. As you can see, Charles Leclerc is out of contract at the end of this season. So the second driver for Ferrari is to be determined at the moment. Max Verstappen out of contract at the end of this season at Red Bull. Could we see these two swapping teams, maybe? We will also have a seat up for grabs here at Alpine. Well, I say Alpine at Nissan. Gasly out of contract at the end of the season, as is Perez. He's on a 1-year deal. Yuki Tsunoda, his contract is up at the end of this season as well. So there's a few seats that could yet be filled with some interesting driver changes. We'll keep an eye on that as things progress. These are the current stats. Most race wins at the moment is Oscar. Same for the top there. Most sprint wins, most fast laps, most positions gained per race. Antonelli with those 17 there. Most defends per race, 32 successful defenses for Lewis Hamilton. He is on the top stats board. That's nice to see. And in the head-to-heads, we'll be keeping a track on this between our two drivers here. Pretty close in defense, but when it comes to overtaking, a bit more of an advantage to Hamilton. Race pace, actual race pace difference, negligible look. Just 0.04 of a second. 0.2, nearly 0.3 in qualifying pace. Again, we'll keep an eye on this and see if Hadjar can stay with Hamilton, or if that gap will actually stretch a bit over the next few races. We shall see. It will be very interesting to see how that goes. Right, let's go back to our inbox and see what we have. Cars came through unscathed. Engines have lost 12% already. From engine, 11 and a bit% through thermal deg and just running a lot in practice. You know, we ran the entire practice session non-stop. We ran through a sprint weekend as well. So we've already put a fair bit of mileage on that engine. ERS and gearboxes are fine. Expected finishes were 21st and 22nd, and we easily did that. We have a new ATR period. Only got 2.2 mil. That's not enough to start a new part on Intense. So we need 3 mil for that. When do we get our next injection of cash? Let's have a quick look at the calendar. Money from sponsors is not until here. So assuming we have a good weekend here again with both cars finishing in the top 18, we will have another couple of mil to add to our bank balance when we come back on the 13th, and that will allow us to then get our next part, probably a suspension, into production or into development, so we can try and pick some more tyre wear back up again, having lost a bit in the winter break. Let's check in with the board, see what the board thought. They must be delighted with that result. They were delighted. Excellent. Starting off the season strong. 1 out of 10. Oh, sorry, 1 out of 12 on our points already, and we are above target on our season objective, although I don't think we'll stay in 5th. We shall see. It was an absolute shocker of a weekend for both both McLaren and Ferrari, so I expect both of those two teams to certainly pick things up. Maserati are going to be a real problem for us as well, based on Colapinto's pace. I do think we should probably see if we can scout him. Are we using our scouts? No, we're not. So let's scout out Franco Colapinto. Just have a look at him. Yeah, we did have a report on him, but it's expired. So let's re-scout him, because he was scary quick at times today. $10 months left on Teo's contract. I think I still have another year to go on Hamilton after this season. Where is Hamilton? There he is. Yeah, he still has another year to go after this season. I was thinking Teo might be a good long-term replacement for Hamilton, but he's going to be out of contract a season before Hamilton's comes up, and I do not want to buy out Hamilton's contract because that will cost me an absolute arm and a leg. Plus, I mean, he's performing. So there's no reason to try and do that. Who else could we have a look at? A long-term potential replacement. Arvid. He has 2 years on his contract. Why wouldn't it let... Oh, he's already scouted. We still have a valid report. He could be our long-term replacement for Hamilton then, because their contracts will both come due at the same time. So next year he might be the driver that we make a move for to replace Lewis, assuming Lewis hasn't already, doesn't retire this season. And we won't know if he's going to do that until later in the year. Behrman, we still have a valid report on him. He also is a potential replacement for Hamilton. 2 years left on his deal. Valtteri in free agency at the moment. And let's scout out Bortoletto. There we go. Alright, we have 4 days until Jeddah. There's nothing more we can do other than just advancing time. It's going to be hot again, so tyres could be an issue. To the point where we'll have to just protect them a little bit. They're certainly not going to fall apart like they would with the tyre mod on, but we will definitely have to keep an eye on them. That will make tyre choice interesting. Do we go with the harder, more durable tyres that will be slower, but might even allow us to push a little bit before they get too hot, or will we go with tyres that are going to be quicker, but are going to have to be run at a more conservative pace so they don't fall apart? Interesting decisions to make. We will make those not tomorrow, Wednesday. We will not be streaming tomorrow. As I say, I've got to get up early tomorrow morning, and then again on Wednesday morning as well. So I'll be having a sleep study done tomorrow evening, and then returning the equipment on the Wednesday morning. So we shall return on Wednesday for round 2 at the Jeddah Corniche. If you have stuck with me all the way through tonight's monster stream, as we are fast approaching the 6-hour mark, then fair play, you're a legend. Congratulations. If you have enjoyed tonight's stream, a thumbs up would be much appreciated. And if you haven't yet subscribed, then why not consider hitting that subscribe button as well. Be sure to hit the bell for notifications on new live streams and videos. I will be sitting down to record some more Jurassic World Evolution 3 tomorrow. So more of those videos will be back in the next few days. And until Wednesday, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.